Welcome, tricksters and tricksetters, to another live VOD review, or edited VOD review, like, I don't know if you're watching it on my YouTube channel or, on stream. Today, at our coaching table, we have a Viper, Diamond 1, Katsura, playing on Icebox. So, Viper Enjoyer on Icebox, and let's see what Katsura can do a bit better. First of all, let's talk about this. Is Viper a good controller on Icebox? Definitely yes. Is she necessity on Icebox? Not really. Especially because of the nerfs that Viper got. She is not a necessity on this map. You can run it down with Claw. You can play double controllers. You can play Omen, which in my opinion is the best fucking pick up to Immortal 3 if you already want to main something on Icebox. Because with Viper, now you only have one Molotov for the post plant and to stall the enemy's push, and spike plant. And also solo carrying with Viper on this map can be a pain in the ass. Especially because the map favors long range gun fights, verticality and operator, and outlaw and long range weapons, and that's why Omen is basically 10 times better if you're below Immortal 3. And above Immortal 3, you kinda need to play Viper on this map. But remember one golden rule of Valorant: team compositions don't fucking matter. Better team will always win as long as everyone is playing their main agents. It's much better to have a player that understands how to play a specific character rather than filling in for the stupid team composition in the ranked environment. So let's see what Katsura had to. So listen, don't fill. Basically, up to Immortal 3, you want to master 2 agents and to have 2 fill characters, and all 4 of these agents you should master on a really high levels. Have at least 250 to 300 hours on all of these individual agents. But filling is the worst thing you can do. If you have a low understanding how to play some character, and you're praying to God that your teammates are gonna do the carry job, God is not gonna help you. God is not gonna help you in that case. Now, trials and tribulations. Peaking. I struggle with decisions about when to peak and when not to peak, as well as with overall peak mechanics. We'll check it in the VOD review. We'll see what we can do a bit better. And anyways, I have a selection of videos that are just dedicated to peaking and how to peak. Also on my main YouTube channel, you have the full in-depth guide that explains everything about positioning and movement. I think it's called movement and positioning guides, 2 guides, and everything is explained inside of these videos. Communication consistency. I definitely go quiet when teammates aren't reciprocating comms or lose confidence in making calls, especially in attack rounds when teammates don't come, or when the duo queued, I forgot to come to the rest of my team. Listen, when it comes to communication in ranked environment is not that important. Essentially, you don't need to be boaster. You don't need to be whoever is IGL in Team Heretics, EG, etc, etc. But on attacker side, you should always try to lead your teammates on the macro level, team level, where to go, what we want to push, and what we want to do to counter the enemies. On defender side, you just want to guide your teammates on a micro level. If they're making some kind of a mistake, if you need some very specific utility usage from them, and that's basically it. You don't need to give some high level comms. Tell them what you want to do, what you see, what you are doing, and if you need something from them. And that's it. And always, whenever you communicate something to your teammates in ranked environment, behave towards that information like the teammates are not following it through. Basically, don't tunnel vision on the plan that you say to your teammates, because only God knows how much your teammates are gonna follow that plan, pay attention to the minimap, look what your teammates are doing, and if they are actually following the plan. Like, every single comm that you give in ranked solo queue, like, you never know. You don't know what the fuck your teammates are gonna do. So still pay attention on everything. Like, map awareness is more important than actually communication, so to say. And also, like, silent support, like supporting your teammates without telling them anything, is always gonna be more important than actually, like, you know, telling them what to do. Especially if you get some of these bitch-ass, like, estrogenic male characters in solo queue, you know, that are fat as fuck, playing Neon and living in the basement, then, you know, things can get rough, especially if you're a woman. Now, lurking. Either I feel obligated to have to take Spike and go with a team, when I feel more valuable lurking on Viper on this map, because none of my teammates want to take the Spike, or my lurk timings are 50-50. Listen, lurking is always 50-50 in those medium and low elo lobbies, because you never know if your teammates are gonna stay alive long enough for you to complete that specific lurk and flank. Like, you should go for the lurks and flanks only when you're 80% certain, 90% certain that that lurk and flank is gonna be valuable. You'll be able to get some insane timing, take the space, surprise the enemies, pinch the enemies, etc, etc. Like, in the first 4 to 6 rounds on both attackers and defender side, fuck flanking, fuck lurking. You first need to see what type of teammates you have with yourself. Are they able to hold their own ground, to stay alive long enough for your lurk and flank to actually work? And another thing that you need to see is, like, what type of utility enemies have, and which agents as well. I mean, if enemies have a killjoy on the attacker side of Icebox, fuck it. You know, just don't do it. Like, most of the time, it's just better to rotate fast towards your teammates and just play with them. And on attacker side as well. Like, in this elo, 95% of times, it is better to play with a Spike, to play with your allies that are doing something useful for you, and trying to refrag them and play with them. Because in this Diamond Ascendant elo, Platinum, only God knows with what type of players you're playing. How much they are autopiloting, at which skill level they are. Did they get to Diamond with their brain or with their mechanical skill? Did they buy the account? Did they get boosted? Are you playing against the Smurf? Because when you're playing against the Smurfs, the best anti-Smurf strategy is to play S5 together. Like, I mean, that Smurf cannot kill all 5 of you instantly. And also to find the side that that specific Smurf is not actually playing. So yeah, you know, lurking is not that important in general. In ranked solo queue, most of the times it's just better to play with your teammates. Now, but of course there's like 5 to 10% of scenarios where in the lobbies below Immortal 3, it is good for you to take an opportunity to backstab the enemies and make the pressure from behind. Defense. I have a tendency to play more passive in general, but on defense rounds I find that this is more detrimental, especially when there can be opportunities to eco-strat something aggressive. I mean, whether or not you should play aggressive or passive really depends on which guns you have, which guns enemies have, and which map you're playing, which agent you're playing, and what type of utility usage enemies have. Like, for example, if you're playing maps such as Icebox, like, if enemies have Eco and Halby on the attacker side, just tuck yourself in. Hold the passive off angles, search for some safe picks, don't risk your life in some fucking stupid 50-50 duels, and that's it. Like, when enemies are Eco and Halby on the attacker side, most of the times it's just better to maybe get a kill and just play a retake. Done. Don't risk your life for some stupid kills. Now, of course, like when you're Eco and Halby on the attacker side, you want to create some aggro strategies with the one-way smokes and with your teammates to surprise the enemies with a shorty, classic pistol, stinger, and try to stop their enemies push in the choke points. If the enemies like have a really bad enemies have a really bad team composition to push through the choke points, you want to abuse as many different off angles and early peaks to maybe get a kill and get the fuck out. Same goes for the A site as well. We'll see what we can do there. Economy, I absolutely forget to check economy. How do you forget that? We are Diamond 1, the round starts, press the tab, and you make a decision based on yours and enemy's economy. Like, it's a really easy habit to build up for 3 weeks. Just force yourself into this. Like, what's the problem there? I'm not super consistent with paying attention to enemy econ and anticipating how they may play rounds. I think I do this some rounds, but not consistently. I would say I do this more on attack rounds than defense. I mean, I have some kind of a training for this shit. You know, to train your subconscious to think more about the enemies, to think more about your teammates, to think more about map awareness, you know, minimap and economy. So we'll see. I mean, if you're heavily like struggling with proper economy management and making better game decisions based on yours and enemy economy, that is definitely a problem. But there's always a fix to the problem. Like, you can fix communication, like you can fix mentality, there's always some kind of a fix and training. Ultimate usage probably needs work, lol. I feel like I sit on ult too much with Viper. Listen, most of the times on the attacker side, like, we want to use the Viper ultimate in 2 ways. To either take aggressively the space for our team, or after we plant the spike, to use the ultimate on the spike. On a defender side, most of the times, I stay away from using my Viper ultimate immediately to deny the space from the enemy team. Because, I mean, against the good enemy team and good enemies, it is really hard to stay alive in the Viper ultimate, especially if you're playing alone, instead of some kind of a choke point that has like 1, 2, 3, 4 different entrances. Like, on a defender side, it's much more valuable if you're just using the ultimate for the retakes, or maybe to stop the enemy's push, like when you have good information that the enemies are pushing that specific site. Like, I would really avoid, I don't know, on Icebox, like doing the ultimate in the B main area of the map if I'm playing alone on the B site. Because you can get easily fucked by the enemy's recon utility. Enemies can pass you, you know, from some angle. You can just fuck yourself up, essentially. Same goes for the A site as well. And on most of the maps, it is better to use your ult for the retakes and, you know, instead of just denying a specific choke point from the enemy team. You know, you can use the ultimate instantly as the round starts. In the rounds where, like, what I wanted to say. In the rounds where my brain is at 0 capacity. In the rounds, we're playing an eco round on a defender side. You know, you think enemies are gonna go A in that eco and hull by round. Okay, you know, use the ultimate on A. Or you think enemies are gonna go A. Tell 4 of your teammates to stack the A site and just simply throw the Viper pit somewhere in the B main area of the map and hold it alone with a shorty, stinger, bucky, judge, etc, etc. Now, adaptability. Sometimes autopiloting and assuming playing my agent the same way every round is effective. Not always thinking about how to adjust to enemy, especially when it's same map, different team situations. Listen, there is, like, adaptiveness is one of the most important skill sets to master in Valorant. So what is adaptiveness? Adaptiveness is your sum of your game knowledge, map awareness, and game sense. Essentially, your ability to notice the win conditions and place in the shortest amount of time possible and to abuse them against the enemy team, or to fix the problems of your team. Now, this is something that you cannot fix like with any training in a really short amount of time. Like essentially your adaptiveness gets better as you get better with a game of scenarios. Like in a game of Valorant on 11 maps with 24 agents, there is around 3,000 to 4,000 scenarios that are gonna repeat for you 24/7. And once you learn how to play these scenarios to perfection, your adaptiveness gets better. As you improve your game knowledge, your adaptiveness gets better. So essentially, like, there is no easy way out here. I mean, the easiest way to fix adaptability is getting coaching from someone that is offering you a long-term support. Like basically, you know, getting a coaching from someone that is going to give you the support even after the session is done. Why? Because, you know, then that coach can help you in those different scenarios and make you understand like how to play those different situations. That is something that I do in my private coaching. Like my private coaching never ends. Like you buy a single coaching session, 1 month coaching, it doesn't matter. Like you are my student until you reach Radiant. When you reach Radiant, get the fuck out of here. Essentially, that's my main job. So there's really no easy way out here. Self-VOD reviews, comparing your VODs and plays to other players that are playing the same agent in the same situations, on the same maps, expanding your game knowledge not only on the agent that you're playing, but also on other characters. That's one of the main mistakes that players make. Like, even if you're maining 4 agents or 1 agent, your game knowledge on every single character in this game should be at least 7 out of 10. If you want to understand how to counter specific plays and what enemies can do to fuck you up. We'll see. We'll see what we can do there. Now, I don't know how to fix this other than forcing myself to be more patient, but too often I'm shooting before I'm aiming. But that's an easy problem to fix. Like, I'm probably not gonna speak about this in the VOD review. I'm just gonna give you some kind of an aim training and that's it. Like, literally training the discipline in your aim is really easy, essentially, and connecting your movement with your left click. If you struggle with that, and during the VOD review, if I see that that is really your problem, we'll fix it. Like, we'll apply, you know, some solutions, some training, and that's it. I also find sometimes when things I try don't work in... What? I also find sometimes when things I try don't work in trying to counter enemy gameplay, I lose sight of what to do or what to try to win the rounds. Listen, like, there are 40% of the games that are simply unwinnable in Valorant. Like, no matter what you try, like, basically, 40% of the matches that you lose in a game of Valorant, there is nothing better that you could have done to win them. Out of your control. Team diffs, your teammates are shit, enemies are better, you're just bad in that game. Like, there's nothing better that you could have done. 60% of losses that you take are most of the times your fault. And you could have done something better. Now, you know, if something doesn't work for you, and you don't have an idea what to do next, that means that your personal playbook for that map and that agent is very shallow. Like on every single map, with every agent that I main, I have at least like, I don't know, 10 to 20 different executes, different strategies, different tactics on both attackers and defenders side. And if something doesn't work, I still have like 9 to 19 different things that I can try to outplay the enemies and win the rounds. I mean, like, there's always, I mean, not always, but 60 to 80% of times, there is some kind of a solution. you know, after you lose a round, and something that you can learn from the previous rounds to win the future rounds. And most of the times, if this is your problem, then you need to work on your private playbook. Like, I mean, there is no way that, you know, you tried one play and then you have no idea what to do next. Like if one play failed, okay, let's try the second one. Second failed, let's try the third one, fourth one, fifth one. Like, one of these fucking strats should work. And if nothing works, fuck it. Like, I mean, just one of those 40% of matches, enemies are just better, your teammates are maybe shit, maybe your plays are not working, it's okay. We move on to the next one. Now, looking for help with, I think I'm relatively self-aware of my gameplay, but not entirely sure of the best practice approach for correcting some of my issues. I'm positive there are issues I'm not even aware of. We'll talk about it. During these 3 live VOD reviews and tier 3 sub VOD reviews, one of my main focus is like finding some kind of a training and some kind of a routine to recommend you after the VOD review. Like, basically, based on what I see during this short period of time, like it's only one match, so I mean, I'm not gonna really meet you as a player in person. I'm gonna give you one of my general trainings that are pre-recorded, and we're gonna roll with that like for maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, and see how effective that training actually is. Also, after this VOD review, maybe I'm gonna share with you some of my private coaching videos that are explaining some of these topics, so that you have a better and higher understanding what to do within your games and how to get better. The reason why I pre-record a lot of this shit is because, brothers, I've been coaching for 4 years. A lot of times I've been repeating myself like an imbecile, and essentially I have like hundreds of pre-recorded aim training routines, trainings, coaching videos explaining some topics. Like, we'll find some solution for you. If one thing doesn't work, maybe some other things will. I'm yapping. I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but these were the top of the mind things. I also don't always play Viper on Icebox. I will sometimes play Killjoy instead. Great. Playing Killjoy and Viper on Icebox in a Diamond 1 elo. What could go wrong? And don't main a single agent or class of agents, but tend to lean into a few different agents for each map that I'm comfortable playing. Recently, it's been controllers and initiators, and sentinels if needed for fill, since I predominantly played sentinels prior to expanding agent pool to initiators and a controller. Okay. Okay. Let's see your tracker. So, this is the tracker that we're dealing with today. Holy fucking shit. That's a lot of Valorant. I mean, your playtime is good, you know? Your playtime is good. I would say even a bit too good, to be honest. Listen, if I have like more than 120 hours to play Valorant within an act, and I'm below Immortal 3, I would definitely play the game simultaneously on at least 2 accounts. Like, if you already have 252 hours to play Valorant, don't play on 1 account. Like, playing on 2 accounts fixes a lot of the problems that we have in this game. So, you play 1 match on 1 account, 2nd match on a 2nd account, 3rd match on the 1st account, 4th match on the 2nd account, and, you know, you just rotate them, essentially. I would highly recommend you to make an alt and implement this concept. I briefly covered this topic in my consistency guide on my main YouTube channel, but there are multiple other benefits why this is actually good for any competitive game such as Valorant and League of Legends, you know, with this type of a grindy type of system. We're definitely stuck, you know, in Ascendant 1 elo. Like, you know, that's a bit of a problem. I mean, this is how the hardstuck player actually look like. You know, like when you say that you're hardstuck, this is what I expect from you. Like, she has like, or he, I don't know, he, him, he, she, what? She, her, okay. Like she has like, you know, 3x consecutively, she has more than 100 hours and she is in the same rank. That's the hard stock player. Like if you're for the 6 months in the same rank and you invested more than 300 hours within those 6 months, you're hard stuck. So essentially, you know, right now we need to adapt to this like medium elo. You escape the low elo in Valorant, which is Iron 1 to Diamond 3. And now we basically, if you want to go from like Ascendant 1 to Immortal 2, the most important thing, to Immortal 3, the most important thing that you need to master is the team play. Understanding how to compensate the mistakes of your teammates and how to play around them. Like in this elo, your game knowledge should already be high. Your mechanical skills should already be on the level of an Ascendant low Immortal player. Your decision making should already be on a high level. But the team play is what we need to mainly focus on in this elo, because players don't know how to play on the refrag potential. Only God knows what type of teammates you're gonna have, and if you're not compensating their mistakes, it doesn't matter that you're trying to counter your enemies. So essentially, this is a bit of a problem. And based on your stats, like, you know, your KD is abysmal in every single act. I mean, not being able to maintain at least 1 KD in Valorant is a huge problem. One is like the optimal minimum. You know, you're able to trade yourself for every single death that you take in this game. But having a KD of 0.84, 0.85, like, you're either not fighting in a smart way, you're picking some fights that are not working in your favor, you're not fighting enough with your teammates, or your mechanical skill is just shit, essentially, and we need to work on it. But here, like when it comes to your mechanical stats, such as headshot percentage, I mean, it's quite okay. You know, 20% overall, 32% on Vandal. That's okie dokie, I guess. Let me see your playtime. You know, your playtime is also a bit of a problem. Like, it is impossible. You know, you need to have bigger breaks in between your matches. Like, listen. First of all, if I'm playing only on one account, you know, Valorant, I'm never gonna play more than 9 matches per day. It is simply impossible for you to keep the focus throughout all of these 10, 11, 12, 13 matches at 120%. Like if you have like, so let's say you have 10 hours to play Valorant. Play 3 matches, best of 3, warm yourself up a bit, you know, then take a break of 1 or 2 hours, do something else, go to the gym, I don't know, like read some book, go to the, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Then after that, play a best of 5 more matches, and then just wrap it up with maybe 1 more or maybe 2 more games. You know, after another break. Like taking the breaks is mega important in between your games, instead of just tilt queuing and spamming the matches. I mean, also, if I lose 3 games in a row in a specific day, fuck it. Call it a quit. This is one of the main reasons why I would always grind Valorant on more than 2 accounts. So I don't see the fucking red carpet, number 1. Number 2, I'm completely disconnecting myself from the rank. I don't give a shit about my rank. I'm only focused on winning my games and getting better. And also there's other problems that are getting fixed with switching the accounts. You're not going to get the same teammates. You're maybe not going to get the same fucking maps. And there's a lot of other benefits. I would definitely recommend you, I mean, if you already have a time to play, I don't know, 10 games per day, play 5 matches on one account, 5 matches on another account, and take some kind of a bigger break in between those two gaming sessions, essentially. Now, your ADR is also abysmal for like you know, a Diamond 3 Ascendant 1 player. Like 100. Like basically the minimal optimal ADR that you should be able to keep up with in every single elo is 135. Like essentially, you don't need to go above 135. But going below that number is suboptimal and bad. And essentially, you are not doing a good job fighting the enemies back and getting the kills for your team. Like your refrag game is probably really poor. Your position can also be a huge problem for you. And when it comes to mechanical skill, only God knows. I mean, we're gonna see in the VOD review. Your KST is 71.5%. That's like suboptimal. You know, in this elo, you should be able to maintain at least like 75 or 76% KST. This number right here just tells us like how good of a team player are you actually. Like basically, you know, are you able to stay alive long enough? Are you a tradable ally? How much you commit to some stupid 50-50 gunfights that you lose? Essentially, like seeing these numbers here just tells me that you're probably way too focused on what enemies are doing. You're not valuing your life enough, and you're not fighting enough together with your teammates. Like probably you're committing to some stupid fights that you should never take, especially in this elo. And another thing is like your clutch percentage is suboptimal. You can get better in 1v1 and 1v2 scenarios. Like basically 1v1s and 1v2s in Valorant, you should win like 60% of the time. 1v3 and 1v4, 1v5 like once in a blue moon, essentially. You have 835 last deaths in 275 matches. That's okay. That's optimal. Like 3 to 4 rounds every single game. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Attacker side. Not good. Defender side. Also not good. Listen. Like, in this elo, like Ascendant 1 to Immortal 1, most of your matches, you win or lose on a defender side. Why? Because on a defender side, you can always control where the fuck you're gonna play, where you think enemies are gonna go next, and how you want to counter the enemies. So essentially, you know, your attacker side performances is definitely concerning, and it is not good. But what is even more concerning is like how you perform on a defender side. Like on defender side in this elo, you should have like at least like, I don't know, 53-55% round win, KD of at least 1, and KST of at least 75-76. Like, it's so easy to counter the enemies, to get some early frags, to make the numbers advantage for your team, play smart, stay alive, play refrag with your allies on a defender side. On attacker side, only God knows like if your teammates are gonna follow you in, what they're gonna do, and you know how winnable that match is gonna be. But defense is something that I would heavily focus on if I was you in the following like weeks or even months, to be honest. And now we have the agents. God help us. So Killjoy, Cypher, Viper, Fade, Claw, Gecko, Sky, Raze, Jet, Astro. What the fuck is going on here, bro? Listen. Listen here. So, if I was you, so let's say, you know, in another world, I was you, what would I do here? I would force myself outside of my comfort zone. I feel that, you know, this is a very casual tracker of a player that started playing the game on Sentinels, and you basically are not, you are basically not, you know, at a 1% of talented players in the game, essentially. Like, I feel that playing Sentinels so much force you in this type of a passive habit, and you probably don't really perform well in the high octane situations. You didn't get enough gunfights in the game of Valorant to understand, you know, how to take the fights with the enemies and what is a good, bad, or optimal engagement for you. And if I was you, I would completely ditch all of this static shit for the next, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. If I was you, I would, first of all, I would implement the Omen. Especially because all of the problems that you mentioned here, that agent, in a long run, is fixing all of these problems. Because with the Omen, you need to think a lot. And if you invest like 400, 500 hours on Omen, you will become a much better player on other agents as well. Much better overall player in Valorant. So what I would recommend you is the following. Let's see the maps in Valorant. Like, well, I don't know what the fuck we have right now anymore. So we have like, just a second. We have agents to main for the next 2 or 3 months. Just a second. So we have like bind. I would run with the Omen as a main agent. What do I actually play on bind? Cypher and Claw. Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit, brother. Sister. I don't know. Let's go with the Omen as a main agent. Let's go with a Gecko as a flex pick. And let's go with a Cypher as a fill. Now, we have Haven. On Haven, we can do the same shit. Omen main. Gecko flex. And we can go with a Killjoy as a fill-in pick. Let me see what you play on Haven these days. On Haven, Killjoy. 0% win rate, yeah, okay. Then, actually, fuck the Killjoy, go with the Cypher. Why would you even play Killjoy? Now with the fucking Neon meta and ISO shit. Yeah, this is the Killjoy. Get her out of here. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. So we're gonna focus on less agents, essentially. Sunset. Sunset, very easy. Sunset. Omen. Well, same shit, basically. Like, there's nothing to talk about. Split. No, split. Icebox. Icebox. Literally same shit, just Killjoy. We're gonna switch the Cypher. And Viper, you can main Viper again after you reach Immortal 3. Next. Lotus. Lotus. On Lotus, I would actually recommend you to go with a Gecko as your main. Omen as a flex. And Killjoy as a fill. Ooh, that's my dice cord. And we're left with Ascent. Holy shit, man. So many games on Killjoy. Ascent. Omen main. Gecko, Flex, and Killjoy or Cypher. Phil, it doesn't really matter. Actually, go. It doesn't matter, to be honest. Let's go like this. And Abyss is coming in. We can do the same shit. Listen here. So, you need to get out of your comfort zone a bit more. I think your comfort zone right now is I'm a support, I'm a passive potato, and I don't know how to play aggressive. You can never, like, you cannot get better or learn something in life, in a video game, if you don't get out of the comfort zone. And I think Omen is gonna do that for you. Even if you don't rank up with Omen in the next 2 to 3 months, essentially you don't reach like Immortal 1. You get like Ascendant 1, Ascendant 2, Ascendant 3. It doesn't matter. I feel that you've been stuck with these agents for way too fucking long. And what I'm gonna see in your gameplay is probably you playing mega fucking passively, never taking any duels at all, or taking duels in a stupid way. And another thing that I predict I'm gonna see is probably like you being afraid to make a play. If you're playing the Valorant with a fear to make a play, fear to contest the enemies, don't play Valorant. Confidence is very important. Sometimes you need to pick some duels, even if they're 50-50. And especially with the agents that you've mained, I highly doubt that you play the Killjoy, Cypher, and Viper in a bit more aggressive way. Every agent in Valorant has the aggressive and passive playstyle. Even someone like Cypher and Killjoy, like, I mean, if I'm playing Cypher on Bind, I'm not afraid to just, you know, spam my fucking cages. If my duelists are not going in, use a camera for the, you know, the lamps and go in. Fuck it. If my teammates don't want to go in, I'm going in. But I think that that is something that you're not doing. I think that you're not able to adapt to your teammates because you don't have a different playstyles implemented within your gameplay. But you cannot have different playstyles because the only agents you've played are these static shits that probably forced you way too much to play statically. Like, what I can easily recommend you for the next like 2 to 3 months is pick the Omen as your main agent. So I'm not putting you on a duelist role because of your current mechanical skill. You know, your mechanical stats are ADR, KD, headshot percentage, like, it varies a lot, like, not that good, you know, not that good. And essentially, Omen, for like 2 to 3 months in a row, pay attention on my rank playbook, try to replicate everything that is mentioned in the rank playbook. Now, why are we running the Gecko? Because you already have a few hours on initiators, and the Gecko right now is the best initiator on any map, to be honest. Sky is very underpowered for lobbies below Immortal 3 and Radiant. KO is not worth playing in this CLO. Fade is okay, I mean, she's okay. You know, you can fight aggressively, passively, do different lineups and shit like that, but still, I think Gecko is gonna be really fun for you if you actually put more hours into this agent. And Killjoy and Cypher is something that I would touch only and only if you really need to fill. Like, controller is picked, initiator is picked, everything is locked in. Okay, let's go. Killjoy, Cypher, and pray to God that our teammates are gonna carry that match. Now, we're still gonna do this VOD review on Viper, just to see your gameplay right now, and also like I do recommend you to keep Viper as your main agent on Icebox. after reach Immortal 3. And on Breeze, obviously, I mean, you need to play Viper as a main controller. Now, let's see your weapon versatility. Oh, shit, bro. This is interesting. Listen, your full buy rounds are actually optimal. Like, in the full buy rounds, you're actually okay. You know, 1 KD, okay, nothing special, but at least we're not below 1. ADR 128, not really the best, but okay, we can deal with that. KST 76%, really fucking good. But every other economy for you is garbage. This is not shit. This is not bad. This is abysmal, essentially. Pistol rounds are maybe the most important rounds for you in a game of Valorant. Pistol rounds dictate mentality of our team, our economy, and in pistol rounds, I put 300% focus to win them. You have 0.76 KD in pistol rounds, 78 ADR. This can mean a lot of things. You either have a poor map knowledge and you don't know where to push, what type of strategy to do in the pistol rounds on the attackers and defenders side that are the most effective. Take a look at my ranked playbook on my Discord server for that. Or you're just shit with the pistols. And you need to practice them more in deathmatch, you know, practice range, TDM, etc, etc. Static aim is very important for the pistols, obviously, like, not really the tracking of the targets. Like this is the main problem. Like this is much more important than this shit here. Now, semi rounds are also shit. Like in the semi rounds, you should be able to have the same performance as you have in the full buy rounds. It's identical. We have the Outlaw, we have the Bulldog, we have the Guardian, Judge, Stinger, Bucky, whatever. Like, which map you're playing, which agent you're playing, depends which strategy you want to execute to counter the enemies and to get some easy kills for yourself and your team. But we can see here in your weapon versatility that your weapon versatility is one big fucking potato. Like, rating your weapon versatility from 1 to 10, you get a solid 2 out of 10 points from me. You have 2,300 kills on a fucking Vandal. And in the top 5 weapons, there are 3 pistols and a fucking Spectre sitting in the second spot with 304 kills. How is this possible? Like, first of all, I want to ask you, why are you making your time killing the enemies harder? Like, why are you making killing the enemies harder than it should actually be? Why? But there is definitely, like, some rounds, not some, like a lot of rounds where Judge is a better weapon than Vandal, where Operator is a better weapon, Outlaw is a better weapon, Stinger, Shorty. Like, this is impossible. It is simply impossible to have this type of a tracker with your level of mechanical skill in this specific elo and you expect from yourself to reach Immortal 3. In the top 10 weapons, there needs to be Vandal or Phantom, Stinger, Shorty, 2 pistols, Outlaw, Judge. Make your life easier. Odin. Like, make your life easier for yourself. You don't need to go for some crazy one-taps, burst fire, kill the enemies like with a headshot. Like, which map you play, on which side you play, what is yours and enemy's economy. Depends which weapon you're gonna buy. Fuck the Spectre. Stinger is better like in 99% of case scenarios. Outlaw doesn't exist. How are you? Where is the Outlaw? 0 kills. How? You're playing on a defender's side of any map in Valorant. You win the first round. Second round, Outlaw, Light Shield or Heavy Shield with utility. Done. Body shots, bop bop. Easy kills. You're bad with Outlaw right now. Practice your positioning and practice your static aim. Done. Operator as well. I don't give a shit that you're playing Cypher, Killjoy, Viper, whatever. You're playing in Ascendant 1 Diamond Elo. These players are shit. Their utility user is shit. They're just gonna swing everything like fucking maniacs. On defender side, I guarantee you, in every single game that you play here, you have at least 3 or 4 rounds where you can force the operator and instantly make the numbers advantage for your team by simply holding some kind of an off angle or even a common angle. You need to become John Wick, essentially. Like, you need to start practicing and implementing Outlaw, Shorty as a primary eco weapon and, you know, primary secondary weapon in full buy rounds. Odin, Ascent, Haven, Lotus. Walls are made out of paper. Essentially. Stinger, 10 times better than Spectre. 10 times better than Spectre. But I don't know how to play Stinger. How the fuck are you gonna know how to play Stinger if you never played the Stinger? Judge on Bind, defender side. Ascent, Haven, Operator, any map. You're playing Cypher on Bind by the Operator. You see that enemies are not clearing the window with any utility. They're just swinging this angle. By the Operator, hold a tight angle here, bop. Kill the enemies there. Delete them. And then go back on the side with the cages and camera. Like, you need to have much better weapon versatility. Like, it is impossible to have this type of a tracker and this type of a performance and expect from yourself to be a Immortal 3 player in a short amount of time. You need to get out of your comfort zone. And I think that by doing this and maining Omen, you will easily achieve that. Why? I mean, I am biased when it comes to Omen, but Omen is still like god of ranked solo queue, essentially. You know, you're a duelist, initiator, sentinel. You develop multiple different playstyles. You can be passive, aggressive, semi-aggressive, semi-passive. Like, you get the point. And also with Omen, another benefit that you have is that you can play any weapon. You can master any weapon. Stinger, Shorty, Judge, Bucky, Outlaw, Operator, whatever. Please do that. Please follow this advice to the... I promise you, like, if you just get out of your comfort zone and you start practicing these shits that I've already recommended you, we don't even need to do the VOD review today. Now, in eco rounds, you should also be able to maintain at least 1 KD. Like, in eco rounds, your job and is not really to, you know, win that round. Your job is to get as many kills as possible, damaging enemies' economy, preserving your economy, and giving your team as higher chances of winning that specific eco round. Like, in eco rounds, as soon as you see an opportunity to trade yourself for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kills, do that. I mean, if you trade yourself for 5 kills, you already won the round. But if you see an opportunity, like you are playing, I don't know, Viper, and the enemies are pushing B site. We have this smoke right here in an eco round. Buy the classic pistol Shorty, camp below the smoke here. Enemies are close to you, peek out, kill 1 or 2 enemies, that's it. We stall the enemies push a bit. We delete 1 gun from the enemy team and damage the enemy's economy, and now our teammates have higher chances of winning that round. Like, your performance in these rounds is like horrendous, essentially. And you primarily need to focus on playing better pistol rounds and having better strategies for the pistol rounds and playing better semi rounds with a better weapon variety. What do you buy in semi rounds? You buy a sheriff with a heavy shield? Spectre? Like, what do you buy in semi round? I don't know, like, because like your top 5 weapons are like 3 pistols and a Spectre. Bulldog? Like 94 kills? I don't know. But you played like 300 matches this act. Better weapon variety. Now, let's see the actual VOD review. And let's see if all of this is actually true that I've recommended you thus far. So, we have Viper, Icebox, Diamond 1 Elo. Let's check it out. Okay, now is the time to dive into this VOD review. But first, let's talk about Icebox a bit. So, our friend Katsura is starting on a defender side of Icebox. How do we play Icebox in ranked solo queue? First of all, which agent you play doesn't really matter. Like, basically, there are certain rules that you follow on every single map in Valorant, regardless of the agents that you actually play, because it is ranked environment, and you're not playing in a VCT, you know, like, environment where, like, you're playing with a VOD, playing with a Boaster, playing with a Durkay, and they all know what exactly to do. So you need to control the outcome of your rounds, and you need to counter the enemies yourself, because if you don't do it, your teammates might not as well. At least for the first, you know, like 4 to 6 rounds of every single match in Valorant on both attackers and defenders side, one of your main focuses should be fully controlling the outcome of your rounds, valuing your life to the highest possible degree, and playing on the retake and refrag potential. Now, on Icebox, our default bomb site and number 1 priority is obviously A site, and number 2 priority is the B site. And when it comes to the mid area of the map, yes, we should play it from time to time, depending how much enemies are actually abusing the mid area of the map, and whether or not we want to maybe, you know, surprise the enemies with some kind of a peek, try to punish them. And also, it really depends on the enemy's economy as well. Like, if enemies are eco or hull buy on the attacker side, chances are much higher that enemies are gonna push you on B and mid, or they're gonna play some kind of a default. Why? Because, you know, when they're having like classic pistols, stingers, shorties, frenzies, ghost, sheriff, it's not really a fun time pushing the enemies with operator that are playing on the A site. Now, why is the, you know, A site our default bomb site? Because it's a site that is harder for retake, easier for the post plant, and the majority of the times in the first round, enemies will push you on the A site in the first round on Icebox. So, essentially, like, you know, the default bomb site is not the site that you play 24/7 or that you play always. Default bomb site is just the site that you play, like, you know, whenever you have no idea where the enemies are gonna go next, or, you know, you have no idea how to counter the enemies, essentially. So, in the first round with Viper, what do we do on Icebox, on a defender side? Let me just get into Iceboximus. How is your day, guys, today, huh? Is it good? Mine is splendid, splendid. A few wins in Valorant, a few losses as well. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Can't win them all, but definitely, you know, we can get that radiant icon always. Now, let's see what we're gonna see on this map. So first of all, as I said, like, you know, let's talk about the first round strategy with Viper on Icebox.
30 seconds left.
So, in the first round of Icebox with Viper, my absolutely favorite strategy is the following. So, you have 2 buy options. You can buy the classic pistol, with a light shield and snake bite. You can also buy a ghost with a snake bite, or you can buy the sheriff without any other piece of utility. Now, so those are the three options that you can actually buy. So classic light shield with a snake bite, ghost with a snake bite, and sheriff with a snake. Like, why do I prioritize snake bite in the first round? Because first rounds are usually very explosive, and you know, on the A side, where the fuck are we gonna place the snake bite? You know, we already have a wall for some kind of a plan or strategy, and essentially, like, I don't prioritize like poison cloud on both attackers and defender side over the snake bite. I just feel that this Molotov is very powerful when you're, you know, like when you want to stop the enemy's plant or the enemy's like defuse, or like when you want to like just a second, I forgot how do we do the lineup for that. You know, I said in my previous videos that lineups are not that important, like in Valorant, but for, you know, every single agent that has some kind of a lineup, like you want to learn like at least like 5 or 6 very important positions where you want to place your utility. For example, you know, knowing a lineup for that is very important, but we're gonna figure it out a bit later. So, long story short, in the first round, those are the 3 buy options, but what is the strategy that we perform? So in the first round, what I love to do with Viper, I love to do 3 different strategies. So the first strategy is placing the aggressive wall for the belt, tower, and a main area of the map that looks like this. So this wall is supporting your teammates to some degree. Like basically it is disallowing the enemies to just go for the, you know, clean swing without being tagged by your wall. Also, if your teammates decide to play a bit more aggressive, you can support them with this wall as well. Like this wall is not bad, like when you're going for some kind of an aggression. But to be honest, like, you know, in the full buy rounds or eco rounds and half buy rounds, if your teammates want to be aggressive in the A main area of the map, much better wall is the wall that we do from here. And essentially we just cut off completely, like, you know, the nest area of the map, the belt, and essentially, you know, we can also do the Molotov. Also, there is a wall down here that we can use to surprise the enemies with a peek and kill them, but whatever. Like in the first round, let's come back to the first round. So in the first round, this is one strategy that we can do. We come up here, and our goal is to make this position as thin as possible. So essentially the wall should look something like this. We want to make this spot believable for the enemy's team and make them believe that nobody can hide there. That there is no way that an enemy can hide inside of this position. So you can also, you know, do it from this spot maybe. Just look at the minimap, like make really, really tiny corner there. That would be perfect. This is perfect. And then, if our teammates are, you know, in some kind of a trouble because they're pushing the enemies here, we can always support our teammates like with some kind of a Molotov on the belt, open the wall, and, you know, try to delay and stop the enemy's push. But our main strategy here is to save enough toxin so that when enemies are pushing in, we hide here by looking straight into the wall. Like, you don't want to do this because your gun is going to be sticking out. We let the enemies pass us, and then on timing, we use this cheesy strategy to get some easy kills. Simple as that. Or, second strategy that we can do in the first round is we come up right here and we place the wall on top of the 410 generator a bit more curved. You see how, you know, I'm not placing the wall straight forward like we do it from this position here. Basically, you know, like this. Like I would place the wall a bit more curved to the right, like that. And then play on the nest right here. For this strategy, once again, you can buy a classic, ghost, sheriff. It really doesn't matter, like whatever you're feeling more comfortable with. I usually go with a ghost or classic pistol, because you will be in the action, in the heat of the moment. And then, you know, we camp here, we wait for the perfect moment of time to surprise the enemies. And what is the perfect moment of time? Like, you know, you hear the enemies here, here, and here. Enemies are executing the bomb site with maybe a SOVA drone or, I don't know, just pushing in. Open the wall, get behind the wall, and try to surprise the enemies from this position as they're moving there, or as they're moving through the pipes. Or what you can also do, you can always pick some kind of a good timing to maybe surprise 1 or 2 enemies, and then reposition back, and then isolate 1 versus 1 gunfights. When you're doing this strategy, you can also, like, you know, if you have a Molotov and enemies are pushing in, we can also deny the enemy space on the right side, maybe, after we open the wall. So you open the wall, deny the space, now move up here, and then try to get a kill, play with your teammates. That's it. The whole goal, basically, your main goal in Valorant, in the first round, is not really to defend the site and to stop the enemy's push. Your main goal is to delay the enemy's push long enough so that the rest of your team can connect with you to potentially get 1 kill, to play on the refrag potential, and to play together the retake. Like in the first round, you can never, like, just kill 5 enemies solo. Like, it is impossible to have that level of consistency where in a first round on a defender side you can stop the enemy's 5-man push alone, or with, like, maybe 1 of your teammates. Like, enemies always have more utility than you. We're playing semi-automatic weapons, and it is much harder to fight 5 enemies with only a classic pistol, a ghost, or a sheriff, and to expect to kill, you know, all of these enemies. Like, your goal is to maybe make a small numbers advantage for your team, and then back off and play with your teammates. And the final, basically, strategy and, you know, setup that we can do for the first round is hiding on top of the nest, on top of the A tower, right here. Classic, ghost, it doesn't matter. For this specific strat, I kind of prefer, like, the ghost with a Molotov. And then, as the enemies are crossing this position and this position, you open the wall, and you're trying to fuck up the enemies here, here, and then, once we kill those enemies, once again, we can go up and maybe get even more kills. This strategy I use, you know, with almost every single agent in Valorant, just always in a different way, you know, depends what type of utility you have as that specific agent. It's a really effective strategy because if you don't showcase yourself to the enemy team on this position as they're pushing the aim and area of the map for, let's say, like 20-30 seconds, enemies won't have time to actually clear this spot. Like, basically, when an enemy is pathing from the right side like this, he cannot place his crosshair up there. He needs to be aware of the peak on the under the rafters, on top of the rafters, in the screen, and that is an easy kill for you. When enemies are pushing from the left side, they're exposed from this position, this position, this position, this position. Also, one enemy can be on top of the screens, and they cannot place their crosshair like this. The perfect moment of time for you to peek from this position and to surprise the enemies is when the enemies are here or there, when they're passing your wall or just passing these 2 segments. And then you can get some easy, cheesy pick. If your wall is still active, you can easily reposition at the backside and then fight together with your teammates. Or maybe you can continue your aggression and try to surprise the enemies with a secondary aggressive play. So, overall, these are my 3 most favorite strategies on the A set of Icebox with Viper. I do them in the first round, but also I will do them in the rest of my match as well. You know, like in eco rounds, half buy rounds, full buy rounds. Like, you can perform all three of these strategies whenever you want. Essentially, when you're playing on the A set yourself and when you're stopping or delaying the enemy's push. And that is what we should do in the first round. One more note that I want to take here for you guys. When you're doing the wall on the A site, like there are basically 3 walls that you can do. 4 walls. Actually, we have 4 walls on the A site. And which wall you're doing depends for what type of play you're going and whether or not you're playing on the A site yourself. Like, for example, here. This wall we want to do when basically our teammates are going for the aggressive play in the belt. Essentially, you know, your goal is to cut off the vision of the enemies in the nest, so your teammates can get into the nest. Your teammates can get up here and peek the enemies. Your teammates can get here and have the cover there, and your teammates can go onto the belt without being seen from the enemies up here. So this wall is a really good aggressive wall to take the A main space, and it's also a good wall for the retakes as well sometimes, you know, if the enemies are playing super passively. Second wall, which is like your default wall on the A side, is basically a simple wall like this. Essentially, nothing really to talk about, like just a wall on top of the 410 generator. And I would heavily avoid placing this wall from this position. I see a lot of the players in Valorant, what you guys love to do, you like to do this wall from this spot, like this. But why do I avoid placing this wall? I kind of missed it, but sorry for that. So, I avoid placing this wall because I personally think it is much better if my teammates are actually able to see whether or not enemies can be here. I mean, if the enemies lurk up behind this wall all the way here and then wait for the perfect moment of time to peek out as you're rotating or as your teammates are fighting the enemies on the site, your teammates can, you know, are basically fucked. And a lot of the times, you know, when your teammates have this wall, they're gonna be like, okay, enemies, you know, what players, you know, one really stupid thing of the players in Valorant is that mentality, essentially, is that a lot of the players in Valorant behave towards the smokes as if it is some kind of an unbreakable wall. Brother, nothing is stopping an enemy killjoy that is lurking through the mid area of the map to just peek you here and delete you from the existence. So I would actually recommend you, if you're doing the wall for the 410 generator, either place it like this or curve it slightly on the right side. So if your jet, I don't know, like or somebody wants to play on top of the 410 generator and surprise the enemies from this off angle, they can actually do it. This wall is amazing, essentially. Now, you know, personally, I would never use a poison cloud for the A site, you know. There's not really some good position where you can use it. It's better to have it on the B site most of the time, so that you're covering both A site and B site. Like, you know, if you want to play mid or A, we have some very easy lineup here that we can use. Essentially, you just stand inside of this corner, aim somewhere around this screen, right here. Like, let me zoom in, bam, and then do a simple bop throw. And that is gonna land exactly on the planned position. And this poison orb is good to delay and stop the enemy's plant and enemy's push, but it's also very good for the retakes as well, because it completely blocks off the enemy's vision in the B main. And, you know, when your teammates are fighting the enemies on B side and you're doing a rotation, you can always take your time to come up here, do this, and that's it. And when it comes to Molotov, like Molotov obviously doesn't have the same trajectory as your like poison cloud. The only Molotov lineup that I know for the B site is previously it was a bit different. Like when the map was not changed, like it looks something like this as far as I remember. Like basically, you align this HUD right here with the top of this kingdom icon. So pay attention on this HUD, and then you put it somewhere there, and then just throw. But let me see if it's gonna land. Nope, that's not good. That's not good enough, brothers. That's not good enough. Let me try to find it again. I mean, the YouTube is filled with this. Was it the jump? Maybe with a jump, it's gonna be further. Well, that was almost. almost. Sorry, guys. Like I usually play Omen on. I usually play Omen on this map because I truly believe Omen is has a Giga Chad potential for carry on Icebox. What if we do this? This is gonna land in the no man's land, huh? That's a good lineup for the tower. Man, like, but this area of the map looked a bit different previously, like. How does this not work, man? I mean, YouTube is filled with these lineups, like, literally, you know, you can just check it yourself, like, I always love to play more based on my feeling. So essentially, if you just place this here and go a bit higher, like that, this should actually maybe work. Nope. We're still off, brothers. We're still off. But what if I line up with this? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the trajectory was the problem. Now it's gonna travel further. Beam. Ah, maybe the trajectory. So I was not lining it up with this. I was lining it up maybe with this here. Find it out yourself. Like literally, you know, I usually recommend to players to get just okay, we found it. Like you can just replicate it, but it doesn't matter. Like essentially, most of the times it's better like if you're not 24/7 relying on the lineups, but you should know, you know, a few lineups to deny the enemies, you know, plant to play like the post plant, like you know, on every single map when you're playing Viper, you should know at least like 6, 7, or 8 like post plant lineups, lineups to deny the enemies defusal of the spike, and lineups to deny the enemies like planting of the spike, and also having some lineups to like deny the enemies like positions on the retakes and on the pushes is actually a really good thing to have. But you know what you can also do with Viper, with Killjoy, all of the agents that share the same trajectory with the Molotovs. Like if you look 90 degree up in the sky, like the edge of this circle, when you jump and throw, is where that specific Molotov and piece of utility is gonna end up. So, you know, if you don't have lineups, you can just use this as an approximate tool to essentially deploy your utility. But I mean, if you're retaking the, I don't know, B side from the yellow, you can just chug this Molotov there, deny that space from the enemy, move forward, you know, like, fuck it. I think that lineups for the Poison Cloud are much more important than lineups for the Molotov in general. Now, okay, so we talked about what you should do in the first round. Let's see what our friend Katsura is gonna do. And, you know, on YouTube you can search like Like, there's millions of channel making lineups for Viper on every single map. Like, just pick a few that are the most important, and that's it, you know. You want to deny the enemy's plant of the spike here. You want to have the post-plant lineups for this position, and I'm gonna showcase you some of mine, if I actually recall them and remember them. Now, let's see what she's gonna do.
He talks, I'm shitting.
Ooh, we're already in the action, baby. Listen, there is not a single map or scenario where you're playing Viper and in the first round you're playing a classic pistol with a Molotov, Poison Cloud without a light shield. If you're playing Viper, you have like very limited buy options. Like on Icebox, classic pistol, light shield, Molotov, Ghost, Molotov, or the Sheriff, and that's it. It's a very long range map. Like, just go for the one taps. You already have a wall to stop the enemy's push, and that's it. Second mistake of this round is, why are we starting so aggressively instead of the tube, and why is the KO the only one playing on the A site? What the fuck? And third of all, the third mistake, if you already have time, so in the first round, if you're already buying the Poison Cloud, and you have time to position the Poison Cloud and wall somewhere, what I would do, I would always put this Poison Cloud right here for my teammates on the B site. This is much better than this shit. Why? Because it's a one-way smoke for everything. This one-way is much better. This one-way is good if you want to play around it yourself, you know, like basically you want to, I don't know, like you want to maybe surprise the enemies like below this position with a stinger, with a shorty, try to trade yourself, or, you know, your teammates are aggressively fighting for the beam and area of the map. Okay, why not? We can have it as a cover and to deny the enemy's push. But this right here is much better for the retakes, and also much better if you are not the one playing on the B side. You just line yourself up with this line right here, and then you aim inside of this corner and do a jump right click. Bam. Done. Simple as that. And then, you know, we go on to the A site and prepare one of the 3 setups that we talked about previously. But there's no way that in the first round I would play mid with any agent in this game. And also, this wall here is a terrible wall. Now, why is this a bad wall? But you're kind of helping the enemies a bit. You know, like, this wall is maybe one of the worst walls you can do for the A set of Icebox. Why? You're fully blocking yours and your teammates' vision right here. And if the enemies are lurking through mid, they're gonna have like 10 times more confidence to lurk, because this is fully covered. They don't need to worry about the peek there, you know. This is fully covered. They can wait for a perfect moment of time to just swing and fuck you up. Not good. If you're doing the A wall, just always do it from this position. And we can do the aggro one. We can do the one with a cubby position. We can do like the regular wall, the curved wall. Like, we have 4 or 5 different walls on the A side. But this is no bueno, no bueno.
Oh my god.
And listen here. In the first round of Icebox, always gamble and play on the A side. Valorant is the gambling game of numbers. Like, you need to understand the analytical side of Valorant if you want to have higher chances of winning your rounds and matches. Like, 60 to 70% of times in ranked solo queue, enemies are gonna push you onto the A site in the first round. If something already happens more than 60% of the times in ranked solo queue, it is a good gamble to play that position and to try to counter the enemies there. Anyways, on Icebox, retakes of the B site are far easier, much easier than the retake of the A site. Retake of the A site is hell of a time. Of course, depends where the enemies plant the spike, but still, hell of a time. A lot of the off angles from which enemies can peek you, a lot of the, pixel positions, lineup positions, like a lot of the corners that you need to clear. Not good. Not good. And playing Classic without a light shell in the first round, what? Here, because enemies, if you're already close to this position, and enemies still didn't plant the spike, and you hear them planting the spike on default, right here, I would actually do this Molotov. So basically, you see here on the wall, we have one box, second box. Where you want to aim, when you're doing this Molotov, you want to aim inside of this second box right here. So basically, this is the first box from this pillar, second box. And then simply do just a throw like this. Bam. That's it. This whole area of the map is fully covered. And now enemies cannot plant the spike here. Enemies cannot plant the spike here. Maybe if if we just do this from a bit wider position, like let's say we do this, we can also cover the whole, like this position, and this position as well. So if you're already here and you want to buy some time for your team to rotate and deny the enemy's plant, do it. Always do it. Like especially in the first round, the whole point of the first round is to get some potential kills with some cheesy strategies. Make sure that you're buying enough time for your teammates to rotate, and then playing together on the refrag potential. So, okay, we can start here, aim inside of this corner, now we hold this, see if any enemies are maybe lurking, flanking, and then we focus on the A site and play together with our teammates. That Molotov that you did there, I don't really know. I don't know where the fuck that landed, to be honest. Because there, inside of this wall, there's a lot of cracks, and your Molotov might end up like that. When you're using these improvised Molotovs, you really need to pay attention on the map design, and you really don't want that shit to happen. When you're doing the Molotovs on the A site, most of the times, your best friend is the roof of the A site. Bouncing your Molotovs from the roof to deny this space to, I don't know, one enemy is playing all the way there, bomb, deny that position for the plant, or behind the sage wall, or we start here, we can do maybe this, and then it's gonna land into that position. Roof of the A site is your best friend if you want to do this improvised Molotovs, at least when you're retaking from the screens and from the bottom of the A site. Here, first of all, another mistake that you made is you kept your wall active for way too much time. Basically, when you're playing Viper, especially now, because they nerfed the Viper completely, and, her toxin and her wall cannot stay up for a very, very long period of time. You need to be careful when and how you're using your smokes. If you're already not retaking the site, you're waiting for your teammates to rotate, close the wall. Why do you need wall right now being active if we are not fighting if you're not going for the retake? It doesn't make single sense. And there is messages coming at my phone. Just a second. Sorry, guys. Fucking shit. So, be very careful when you're using your toxin with Viper. You really need to have this smoke available when you're going for the retakes. Because right now, when we were going for the retake of the A site, we should have had a wall to cover up the pipes, to cover up like the A main area of the map, and to isolate this area of the map into different sectors. So we can, you know, fight the enemies one by one. Okay, but here we kind of lost this round, not really because of that wall, but because of the mechanical skill. I mean, your reaction time here was really slow, in my opinion. Your micro corrections are not really good. And anyways, I mean, I really don't know who plays the first round with a classic pistol without a light shield on Icebox. Or why even a classic pistol? Why don't you just buy a Ghost Sheriff? It's a very long range map. Like most of the duels you're gonna take are the medium and the long range duels. But the ultimate mistake of this round is utility usage, number one. And number two, the first round strategy. And where we started our first round. Okay, now in the second round of Icebox, if you win the first round, same with any other agent, like just buy the Outlaw, buy the Light Shield, buy your utility, do a default setup on the A site, do a default setup on the B site from this position, and just like go for the aggressive push through the window and try to essentially cover the mid area of the map with the Outlaw. So this is what I would do with Viper. We do a wall right here, we do the poison cloud from this position, and then we go for the aggressive peek through the window with the Outlaw. We're holding the mid area of the map, trying to catch the enemies here, and we're playing a fast rotation because between A set and B set, because in this first round, in the second round, only God knows where the enemies are gonna go. But on Icebox, you know, most of the time, when enemies are playing an eco or hull by round on the attacker side, it's gonna be like a B push or the mid push 80% of the time. Now, if you lose the first round, then in a second round, everything is like a 50-50 gamble. But I would personally play on the A side. And what you can do in this second round, if you didn't try it in the first round, we can do this strategy right here. Basically covering the belt, making a narrow angle right here, like this, and then maybe playing with a shorty and a classic pistol instead of this corner, waiting for the enemies to push, and then bop, trying to kill one or two enemies and get a few cheesy picks. Remember one very mega important tip. Your job in the eco rounds is not really to win those rounds. Your main mindset and job is to get as many kills as possible and trade yourself for as many kills as possible to preserve your economy, damage the enemy's economy, and to give your teammates a chance to win that round. So when I'm playing these eco rounds and, you know, hull by rounds, I don't really value my life that much. As much as I value it in the first round, pistol round, as much as I value my life in the full buy rounds. In these eco and hull by rounds, the first opportunity I get to fuck up at least 1 or 2 or 3 enemies, I'm gonna take that opportunity even if it kills me. But obviously, we want to create some cheesy setups like this, or like this, to essentially surprise the enemies and have higher chances of getting these easy kills. Now, let's see what our friend Katsura is gonna do in this second round. Now, if you gamble on the B side in the second round, after you lost the first round, I would just simply like put a poison cloud here, and then buy a classic pistol and shorty in this position. Basically, if the enemies are pushing B site, we'll open the poison cloud when the enemies are there. Then inside of this circle, enemies don't see your feet at all. Like as long as you're standing in that circle, enemies don't see you. And as soon as you hear that enemies are close to you there or here, you swing out from the poison cloud and then go for maybe 1 or 2 kills. Maybe you're gonna survive, maybe not, but in equal rounds, you need to have a sustainable 1 KD. Like essentially in equal rounds, you should be able to trade yourself for 1 kill almost every single time. That's why we need those cheesy strategies, you know. Cheesy. Let's see what she's gonna do. Nothing, huh? We're just playing default. Surprisingly, it worked. That was a nice kill, to be honest. That was a really, really good kill. Okay. Ooh, angle clearing 0 fucking points. Listen, like here, but she actually heard that the chamber there.
Nice.
I don't know, like this is more of an awareness problem than anything else. I mean, you heard that there is more than 1 footstep in this like area of the map. Like she heard the jet and she heard 1 more guy like very close.
Oh, that's bomb. Nice, big.
I don't know, like this. There's no really, you know, there's really no fix to this problem. Like when it comes to the audio awareness, that shit just gets better. Like as you play the game, you know. Maybe instead of the practice range, you can, you know, like create some kind of a training with the bots for the audio awareness. And also like another thing that you can do is like in aim labs you have some audio awareness tasks that you can perform. But you know, I just think that she was not aware that she's actually hearing 2 footsteps and not 1. But overall, a good round. I mean, like already, like we took 2 kills, we killed 2 enemies, we destroyed the enemy's economy a bit. It's just a bit sad because we could have easily won this round ourselves. Like,
nice.
I don't know. Let's listen to this again one more time.
Nice.
Spike down.
I don't know. Like, you know, if I was playing this round, I would have definitely been aware that 1 guy is close to me. Like, just the footsteps are kind of different, you know, like from the guy that is closer and this jet. But I can see that you know, an average diamond, a 7 player might not be able to distinct these footsteps and these footsteps here. Like it's kind of fucked up, to be honest. Like it's okay. It's okay. But generally speaking, like, you know, in Valorant, 1 rule that you should always follow, which is a really important rule, is the following. Just a second, where are the notes from that I've built? Uno momentos. So, very important rule in Valorant. If you lose the timing on some angle, or you are rotating or you're pathing through some position that you didn't clear yourself, always clear every single angle as if the enemies can be there. It is better to play Valorant with paranoia rather than pre-assuming that enemies can't be somewhere. So, essentially, you know, when I play a game of Valorant, whenever I lose like a timing on some position, or I lose a, you know, I'm rotating from A to B, from B to A, I'm pathing through an area of the map that I didn't clear myself, I always play with the pre-assumption that enemies can be anywhere and everywhere. And I'm always making sure that I'm the guy that is clearing every single corner, and until the moment of time when I actually see a specific corner and I see that enemies are not there, I'm gonna behave towards that angle as if the enemies are 100% there. So basically, you know, if I'm rotating from A to B, even if I have like 20 million SOVA drones in front of me, clearing the B main area of the map, I'm gonna check this. This, and this myself before I consider it cleared. Same goes for this scenario as well. Like, I mean, if I kill the Neon here, and then the Jet died, I'm still gonna path through this area of the map. Is one enemy is as if one enemy can peek me from the bottom mid, or one enemy is maybe here. I'm still gonna clear this and clear this. It is very, very important in Valorant that you build up this habit of angle clearing. Like, consistently clear the angles, no matter what type of information you have, so that you're also practicing in the middle of your ranked matches. This very good habit. Why not? You know, it's better to be safe rather than sorry.
Oh my god.
Because right now...
Winnable.
Ooh! 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 Are we gonna win this round? Yes, sir. Okay, Reyna came in the clutch.
That's insane.
I mean, like, to be honest, like, you know, their team composition is kind of fucked up. You know? Their team comp is definitely fucked up. Like, I mean, they don't have a single sentinel on a defender side of Icebox. And enemies don't have a single controller. I mean, like, they kind of have equal team compositions. Like, basically, you know, because enemies don't have a single controller, one of them can easily guard the mid area of the map from the tube or from the top mid and always get the information there. And just act as a killjoy turret. But this wall right here, I don't know what to say about this because, like, I don't like it. I personally would never do this shit, like, because, you know, if you activate this wall, like, she did some kind of a wall like this, and your teammate is rotating through the kitchen onto A site, one enemy might be camping here, and then bop, he peeks out, and then hunts your teammate. Like, I don't know if I would ever, in my life, when I'm playing Viper, smoke this, and this vision. Especially if the enemies don't have a single controller, so I would much rather see if the enemies can be there and maybe surprise me. Ultimately, like, you know, your default setup on a defender side of Icebox is basically, you know, this in combination with this. If you're playing around the mid and playing on A site. But if you're playing on B site, then you can also do this orb as a one-way. Right here. Like this. I missed it. But I mean, like, just try it 3 times and you're gonna get it. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's just a simple jump and right-click throw. Or just simply, you know, doing an orb like on top of the gray box. But this wall on mid, like, it can be very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Ooh, by the way, listen. In this round, enemies are eco and halbei. Pay attention on the enemy's economy. Like, you don't want to unnecessarily complicate your rounds. In this round, I'm not gonna buy a Vandal, Phantom. Why? Because 4 of the enemies don't have the money to buy. Enemies are gonna play without the heavy shields. In this round, I'm buying the Outlaw with a heavy shield, all of the utility, and maybe a Sheriff or Shorty as my secondary weapon. Why? So that I'm not complicating this round. I just go for some easy body shot kills, I'm farming up my ultimate, and that's it. And also, on the defender side of Icebox, Outlaw is an amazing weapon, especially if enemies have a poor economy management, which enemies do have a lot of the time in Diamond and Ascendant Elo. Like in the next round, also, maybe enemies are not gonna have the money for the heavy shields. And if you have the Outlaw, easy kills for you. You never want to complicate your rounds in Valorant for no reason. If there is already some weapon or something that you can abuse for easy rounds and easy kills on a specific map in a specific round, do it. Do it. Like you're not paid enough. Actually, you're not paid at all to play Valorant. You're paying with your mental health, so save your mental health a bit, and win this rounds a bit easier. And I would definitely not do this push with a Vandal in this round. In this round, if she had the Outlaw, okay, we can go for the aggressive peek and then just bop, just kill the enemies. And when you're going for the aggro push through the kitchen, always run a bit, and then, so basically, how I go for this aggro play, I run here, and then I shift from the box, and then go for the jiggle peek. Then I go up to clear this angle, and then I go with a crouch and uncrouch down to silently drop off. Like basically this. But also, enemies don't have the controller in their team composition. In this round, we can just easily hold this spot, get some easy kills. We can hold this off angle with a drop down. Basically, we go for a kill, drop down with a knife, reposition. Or we can just hold a lower angle, because this, most of the enemies pre-aim up here, and then if you're playing like this, close to the wall, that can be an easy kill for you, and you can freely reposition with a kill in your pocket. By going with a Vandal for this aggressive play, when enemies are playing an eco halberd round, no reason, just unnecessary complication. And I would never fight the enemies in this position in an anti-eco round. No reason to do it. Generally speaking, in Valorant, where do I really avoid fighting my enemies is the sloped areas of the map, where I need to gamble with my crosshair placement a lot. Basically, in this area of the map, enemies can peek me from this location, from this location, from this location. There's a lot of horizontal level, actually different verticalities and horizontalities that they can abuse to fuck me up. Why would I do that? Okay, I saw the enemies on mid. Now let's, hold tube a bit more passively. Maybe we can hold this position and just hold the tube and under the tube, or just tell our teammates to support us. There's no reason in this round to isolate 1v1 gunfights. When you're playing anti-eco rounds, fuck the map control, fuck everything, just play together with your teammates and that's it.
No one's on A.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus, guys, we rotate fast. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
But listen here. If your teammates are playing this aggressive as your Jet is playing, you always want to support that ally. Basically, on a defender side, when you're playing anti-eco rounds, your main focus is not really to counter the enemies anymore. Your main focus in the anti-eco and anti-halberd rounds on a defender side is what the fuck are my teammates doing? Because most of the times, you will lose those anti-eco rounds Not because enemies did something good, but because your teammates made some kind of a mistake. And you will need to compensate these type of mistakes. Right now, your jet didn't die. But there are definitely going to be the games where this jet dies. She sells to the enemy team a free Vandal. And then the round becomes 10 times harder than it should actually be. Support this idiot. Play with him. Play with the jet. Play with the jet. Like, in anti-eco rounds, like, on both attackers and defenders side, you want to play as aggressive as your most aggressive teammate is playing. You don't need to push first or to take the first contact with the enemies, but be ready to refrag those Mongols. You know, that only see the blood and they're like, kill. Kill Bill. Kill Bill. Bro, this wall is terrible, man. Like literally, you know, we're giving so much space to the enemy team. Enemies right now have so much confidence to push through the mid, to push through the tube. Like, we don't see shit. Enemies can be in the kitchen. Look at that. That could have been crazy, man. Crazy. Okay. We need to clear the full kitchen. Let me see that again. Sorry, guys.
Oh my god, thanks, Bob.
I think one main rule that you really need to implement within your gameplay is the one that we already talked about. Basically, playing Valorant with a paranoia. If you lose the timing on some position, just behave towards that position as if the enemies can be there. And that's it. So if we rotated from the kitchen towards the screens, we lost the timing in the kitchen. Okay. Let's clear it mega carefully. One angle at a time. One angle at a time. And then, once we clear the full kitchen, okay, let's see if one enemy can maybe be behind us. And then let's play with our team. Don't get surprised by the enemies sneaking into some position. Be aware of the timings, be aware of possibilities, essentially.
Walk. Right? I remember, but I feel like...
Okay, she's doing that lineup.
I don't even remember, but I feel like normally...
I don't know why would you do this wall. I really, most of the times, like, this is stupid. I don't know why would you do this wall.
Say the number I see, so I don't know why we...
Oh, that's stupid.
I'm not peeking that window again though, because they might be prepared for that. So I'm gonna peek this little head spot.
That head spot, this position is the worst position where you can fight the enemies. With an automatic weapon. Holding this with the operator is fine, but this is like a shit angle to hold. Like in Valorant, you really want to avoid holding the sloped areas of the maps and positions where the enemies can kill you from multiple different vertical and horizontal spots. You always want to narrow down the angles and to hold them in a way where you can always have the perfect crosshair placement for the enemies. So, you know, if I'm holding the kitchen, I would much rather hold some kind of a shit like this, you know, off angle, like this, rather, or maybe like this, rather than holding this spot. Because enemies can peek me here, 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 here. God knows how much they're gonna peek me, you know, where exactly their head is gonna be. I need to gamble a lot with my crosshair placement.
Oh, wow.
And one thing that you definitely need to apply in your gameplay a bit more is on Icebox on the defender side, you need to prioritize A set a bit more. Like, A set is your default site, #1 priority in the first 4 to 6 rounds. And after the 4 to 6 rounds, once we get a really good idea how the enemies like to push, what the enemies like to do on this map, then, like, you know, we're just trying to counter the enemies and read their patterns. But enemies still didn't develop. any pattern, and it is just much smarter to gamble on the A site.
I would death slam too. Fuck.
Brother, that Molotov... Yep.
My molly missed. One top 410.
Listen. So, first of all, let's make a pact. From now on, you know, when you're doing the Molotovs on the A site, from this lower ground, just use them from the objects up on the sky. Like, it's much easier, and you know, you can easily create the lineups and get a really good idea where these Molotovs are gonna end up. Second of all, when you're retaking the A site, always prioritize retaking the A site from the rafters, because from the rafters it is much easier to clear all of these angles one at a time. It is much easier to see over the enemy's smoke and utility, and you have a lot of the great off angles to fuck up the enemies and take some cheesy kills. One of the main things that I avoid is fighting the enemies in this area of the map on a defender side, where I'm fully overexposed from enormous amount of different locations. And you know, when you peek this, you are just very exposed from a lot of these positions, and you have nowhere to hide. Essentially, if you're already peeking this spot, you need to jiggle peek this angle, then, you know, this position, and move slowly in. You cannot just swing this area of the map and be like, okay, you know, enemies cannot be here, enemies cannot be here. At the end of the day, I mean, if you don't know where the fuck are the enemies, just jump spot them. Aha, 2 enemies are there. Now, bob up, we can maybe kill the jet, go back onto the rafters. But ultimately, the best habit and the best idea when you're retaking the A site and when you're playing on the A site is to play on the rafters and never on the lower ground at the backside and screens. Because you always see over your utility, enemy's utility, we can abuse the off angles to fuck up the enemies, and we can also play with our teammates a bit better. Because our vision is never going to be blocked by some stupid smoke or some piece of utility.
On top 410.
Oh.
You definitely need to prioritize A site a bit more as your default site. Look at this. Look at these. Look at these 2 Mongols right now. Like Jet and Reyna. Like, this is one of the most common mistakes I see in solo queue. So we are 2 versus 1. And instead of playing on a refrag potential and together, Reyna is like, yeah, I'm gonna go CT, isolate a 1 versus 1 fight against Neon. And Jet is like, yeah, I'm gonna go in B main, isolate another 1 versus 1 gunfight with the Neon. Brother, if you're already 2 versus 1, just stick together, fight together, die together. You will have much higher chances of winning this round if you just play together and clear every single angle together with the Reyna, Lear, Flash, Jet dash ability, whatever the fuck she has, instead of giving this Neon a 1v1 fight everywhere. But I think that, I mean, they're probably gonna win this round, but still, because
Really? Same speed?
Yes.
enemies are really bad, but
I don't play Jet, so.
still.
One tap 'em. Boom.
Okay. Okay.
Third play.
Okay.
Gotta live.
Listen, if you're already the only one playing on B site, I would actually go for this one way right here that I've already showcased to you. The reason for that is because with this smoke you can maybe even get some kills and separate the enemies in a 1v1 fight and fight the enemies a bit more aggressively, instead of just placing the smoke here. So essentially, what this allows us, okay, you know, we take a small fight with the enemies, maybe go for a jiggle pick or, you know, hold some kind of an angle like this, try to kill one enemy. Now, when the enemies are passing this position, we can use the one way to stop the enemies push there. We can do a Molotov for the enemies that are behind the yellow here. And now, these guys are in the open. and we can just fuck them up and kill them. Essentially. Or, you know, we can also use this orb right here. And that's it. This I would actually prioritize when I'm playing alone on the B side. And this smoke, like, I would just prioritize as a support for my allies when I'm not playing on the B side. Like, just at the start of the round, doing the, you know, lineup that you're doing from here. And then, like, you know, positioning the wall on the A set and playing A or mid.
I'm walling up.
Okay, listen. One more thing that I would avoid on Icebox is peeking the enemies on mid from right to left. Why? Because when you peek from right to left and you go for this swing, enemies on this position, and this position have the angle perception advantage over you. They're always gonna see you before you see them. And they're gonna be ready for the fight. If you're going from right to left, I would always jump spot the enemies here first, then peek the enemies from left to right. And that's it. And that's basically it. Like, just do this, scout for the enemies, and now, you know, clear the mid area of the map, rotate towards the A side.
Yeah, ran through.
Okay, good activation of the wall.
I think we're a little over.
One thing that you also need to pay attention on, like, you need to fight a bit better with your teammates and, you know, pick the fights together with your allies. Like here, for example, I don't know what are you holding. There's not a single enemy that passed onto A site. Enemy Reyna died. Your KO is here. Who are you holding? We have the info that enemies are not at the generator. They're not on the top of the 410. We need to support our KO as soon as possible. And to fight on the refrag potential.
Oh my
bad.
sweet Jesus. Chamber pipes.
Holy mecha cheeseroni, man. Listen. Ultimate mistake here is not finding a better angle to fight with your teammates. And this is another reason why I never go for the retake of the A set through the screens. Like, very rarely you will see me in this area of the map. Almost never. Fuck it, like, I mean, if my teammates already stopped the enemy's push on A, my KO is here, my Reyna is here. Let me get on top of the rafters, and now from this position, let's kill the chamber. Let's kill the chamber. Aha, my KO is going forward. Okay. Jump crouch onto this position. Bam. That guy dead. That guy dead. I can use the ropes together with a wall to silently get on top of the 410. KO gets a fight. KO gets in a fight. I'm ready to support the KO no matter where he is fighting the enemy team. As I said already in the tracker review of this video, in this silo, team play is like your highest priority. Compensating the mistakes of your teammates and figuring out the way to play together with them on the refrag potential and to refrag them at every single moment of time. If you're not doing that, you'll be losing a lot of the rounds because your teammates are doing some stupid plays that don't make a single sense. Because in this elo, players, you know, players only think about blood. They wanna fight, 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 kill, 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 fight.
Fight, 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 kill, 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 Bill, fight, fight.
You get the point. They only see blood. And you need to fix that. For them. Like, and how do we fix that? We find a better angle and better positions to refrag our allies. You don't need to be the first contact with the enemies. Obviously. But be ready to refrag these idiots. If I already see here on the minimap that my KO is going on the left, fuck this fight with the chamber. Get out. Okay, you missed the kill. What do we do now? We can simply use a Molotov to stop the enemy's push there get up on the nest, and now we can pick the enemies from the nest and fight together with the KO. KO takes the fight there, no problem. We can take the fight as well and refrag our KO.
Chamber pipes.
And now, after we miss these shots, and we are left in this 2 versus 2 scenario, the best idea is to not do anything. We just need to delay the enemy's push with a wall, delay the enemy's plant with a Molotov, and wait for our claw to lurk to complete the lurk and flank. Whenever you have a teammate that is lurking or flanking behind the enemies, your job is to stay alive as much as you can, delay the enemy's push and plant as much as you can, and that's it. Done. You don't need to kill the enemies, but make sure that you don't die as well. So here, for example, you know, fuck it. Open the wall, play passively. Maybe you can hold some kind of an angle like this, or don't hold anything, essentially. Enemies are going for the spike plant. You know, we can come up here, do this Molotov, deny the spike plant, or just go on top of the rafters and hold this position. That's it. We're denying the plant. From this spot, we can just do a molly like this. Hold the right side so the enemies cannot sneak into the screens. Give your claw enough time to complete this flank and lurk. But if you die, we are cooked.
Wait for Clove, wait for Clove.
One guy is on the left, one on the right.
Oh, fuck, you're ready for it.
Oh, that scared the shit out of me. I'm pretty sure he's to my left.
Yes?
No,
What?
they're both together.
Did they leave?
Yes.
Okay, okay. No! You know, this is also gonna happen. Enemies played this smart because they didn't see the claw. It was a gamble that we needed to take. I mean, like, basically, there's nothing that you can do here. If your teammate that is lurking and flanking doesn't do a good job, it is what it is.
Fantastic.
Oh, so this depends on the material quality, brother. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, I completely forgot. Detail quality. This is what I was using for the lineup. Now I remember, bro. So you place this HUD close to the H of the research on the high detail quality, and then you go for the throw, and then that lands exactly on the plant position. I was like, bro, like I know that I had some spot here where I do this lineup, man. But having detail quality on high is really fucked up in Valorant because I always keep this option on low. Fuck it. Find a better way to do this lineup. Like, I don't know. You can just put, you know, put the middle. I don't know, like, you can probably find something better than that anyways. Like, in the middle of this, like, just slightly above, and that's it, you know. Aim up here. Bop. Do it. That's gonna end up on the spot. Done. Research. And here, I would have used that lineup to deny the enemy's plant. Because we had a poison cloud. We had a Molotov. This would have been really nice. You know, this lineup is really good. Like, I mean, I found it useful so many times because most of the times I'm anchoring mid and A site. And when I'm doing a fast rotation to B, like, this is really fucking useful. Now, when you ended up in this 1v2, keeping your location a secret was one of your highest priorities. You know. And to be honest, like, you know, what we could have done here, and what would have been the best idea, so we know that enemies are rotating from A to B. I would have done this lineup, and then instantly jump down on mid, and then go for the lurk and flank from behind. Why? Because when enemies see that Molotov, they're probably gonna think that that Molotov came from mid or from the CT. And they're gonna be more aware and more focused on you coming from the kitchen, mid, and CT. And we could have easily completed this flank and lurk. We denied the enemy's plan for like around 7-8 seconds. And we backstabbed the enemies. Like, when in 1v2, like, you cannot make so many footsteps and you know, give out your position. Especially if you have a lot of the time to actually defuse the spike. We made so many footsteps, bro. Like, we cannot do this. Like, they can be, we need to clear the kitchen. This, like, this ain't gonna work.
You think it's
This ain't gonna work. Okay.
Well, don't worry, we got God on our side apparently. So.
Okay, Sharif. No one is playing A site. What? Hello?
Gonna be, man.
I mean, like, I don't know if there should ever be a round where nobody plays A set on Icebox.
Oh. Joining A.
What? Especially like when you're playing an eco halberd round, it makes so much more sense for the enemies to come A rather than going mid or B. This is just stupid.
Who let that happen?
Generally speaking, like whenever I'm playing some kind of an eco or halberd round on Icebox, I always play it on the A side, and I always try to do some kind of a cheesy setup with a classic pistol and shorty, wall, cabby position smokes and shit like that. Like, for example, you know, what you can also do is you can play a classic pistol shorty here or here, and then like when enemies are in the pipes area of the map, you peek out, bam, get a kill. If you get 2 kills, your job is done.
Spike planted.
What the hell's the gun?
If you don't get a kill, who cares? Like, I mean,
Didn't have one.
anyways, it's an eco round.
No, I found it.
Molly sight. Oh, you need to be mega careful, like with these improvised molotovs. You know, I still feel that you don't have a good feeling for the molotov trajectory. Spend some time in a custom server because, like, you know, every molotov you did on the A side was interesting.
Oh, I missed it again. Jet's maze.
One enemy remaining.
Okay,
Yeah, we got God on our side.
just bounce it on top of the roof of the A side and you'll be good.
Matter.
Leaving your shit on. Hear that shit. You're just like slamming your desk super loud.
And you shit your pants, bro. That's nasty.
You want to play? Let's play.
Mid heavy.
3A.
Fucking dirt balls on my team, apparently.
I feel that on the A side, you're playing way too much this very common position right here. Like, you need to start playing more off angles on the A side. Like, basically, you know, this spot where you're playing right now, I'm never gonna find myself here. If I hear the enemies pushing A, I'm instantly on the rafters, on top of the screens, on top of the tower, like abusing this off angle to take a kill, this off angle to take a kill, hiding here, and then trying to surprise the enemies, hiding behind my wall, and trying to get some surprise picks and kills, abusing this angle to get the kills, this angle. Like, what are you doing here?
On point 10.
Okay.
Dying. That's the answer. Like, really try to avoid this dead zone right here. Like, you're in a huge crossfire. You cannot effectively defend the A site. If enemies are already pushing A and you're rotating from mid or B, get on the rafters and from the rafters try to get some cheesy picks and try to kill the enemies from some of these off angles. Most of the times, your teammates are already gonna be below you, and we are not only, you know, having a good off angles to fuck up the enemies, but also like we're playing a double tower strategy. Like our teammates are picking the enemies from the lower ground, we're picking the enemies from the upper ground, and enemies cannot have a good crosshair placement for both of us. Simple as that.
Well, they keep my all up.
Bro. And ultimately, one of the main mistakes that you're making is not prioritizing A site over everything else. Like, I would prioritize mid and B on Icebox only in 2 case scenarios. Case scenario number 1, based on the enemy's pattern of pushing, I know that enemies are gonna push mid or B. Okay, I'm gonna play mid or B. Case scenario number 2, enemies are abusing mid and B site to fuck us up. Okay, I'm gonna play mid and B and try to see what I can do about it to stop the enemies. And, you know, for like 3-4 rounds in a row, enemies pushed mid and B and they won those rounds. Okay, let's see what we can do to stop the enemies push. And the case scenario number 3, if enemies are playing some Eek or Halberd round, you can gamble a bit more on mid, you know, holding under the tube or kitchen, and then playing a fast rotation between A set and B set. But in these type of matches where enemies don't have some kind of a strict pattern of pushing and you don't have any read onto the enemies, you want to abuse off angles on the A site, you want to defend the A site, and you want to use these cheesy strategies to get some easy picks. And that's it. Also by the operator. I mean, like, to be honest, like, on the A site, I never saw the enemy Sova using a dart anywhere. I also never saw the enemy Sova droning properly. So you're playing Viper. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Like, by the operator, play this angle, easy kill. Get that enemy out of here. Try to practice doing this jump. What? Sorry. I was pressing like F to attach myself. Practice this jump. Get up on this position. Bop. Get a kill. Drop down. Hide here. Enemies are pushing from the belt. Surprise them. Take a kill. Get on this off angle. This angle. Play here at the start of the round. Hold the belt. Easy kill. Great off angle. Amazing off angle. Like, you need to prioritize A set a bit more. And on Icebox, whenever you notice that enemies don't have a proper pathing, proper utility usage, when they're pushing through the choke points, like, instantly, like, buy the operator and just stop the enemy's push. As soon as you have money for it. Okay. Wall? Wait, were we gonna... Wall? Listen. Chill a bit, like, I mean, we have more than 30 seconds to retake the site and to defuse the spike. Chill a bit. Take your time. Like, wait for your poison cloud to be around 50%. Then what we can do, like, okay. We have 50% poison cloud. Let's do this Molotov to deny that space of the enemy team. Clear these positions. Get up here. Clear the site. Clear under the site. And now we have the information that enemies can only be in the aiming area of the map. Be a bit more methodical. You know, don't rush things out. I don't know why you're feeling so much pressured in these postman scenarios to fight the enemies and to like peek them like this. Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Listen, generally speaking, when you're 1 versus 1, always stick the spike defuse. Always stick the spike defuse. Basically, like 95% of players these days, 99% of Valorant players, they half defuse the spike, and then, you know, they're searching for you. And that became such a common play that these days, no one is really expecting a full spike defuse on the first try. Pros never fake, you know? Like, you're a 1v1, I think it is much better to just gamble, go for the full defuse, and that's it. And in some rare case scenarios, like, you know, you should go for the half defuse, but I would say that 80% of times it's just better to gamble the full defuse. I like the big balls play, I like the full defuse, very nice. But here, I actually would have tried to kill this Neon, because she's carrying the operator in the next round, and after the Neon missed that shot, I would have definitely pressured the Neon with a Molotov, jump spotted her, and then tried to get a kill. But okay, I mean, we won the round. We cannot be mad.
Yeah, I can love Jet.
Oh, I missed it. Oh well.
Aye.
Oh, whoa.
They could go kitchen.
Watching mid.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go kitchen. The two that were there. Actually, it sounds like there's more just...
They just man.
Listen. This round is a bit more fucked up because, you know, the smoke that you did in the B main was terrible. Like, for both you and your allies. First of all,
Yeah, I think they're gonna go kitchen.
what is active here? The poison cloud, right?
They could go
Yeah, the
kitchen.
poison cloud.
Two that were there.
Okay.
Actually, it sounds like there's more just...
Okay.
Actually,
So,
it
I mean,
sounds
like,
more just two that were...
you know, let me give you one advice for this round. So, like, you should always prioritize the fights that you know that are going to happen really fast, really soon. Like, essentially, you know, in Valorant, okay, enemies killed one of your teammates on mid a few seconds ago. There is a chance for the enemy team to be in the kitchen or to go under the tube. But if you already see on the minimap that your teammates are aggressively fighting in the B main area of the map,
The two that were
and you hear a lot of the footsteps in the B main, prioritize these fights first, and then worry about the enemies that are kitchen or under the tube. Like, essentially, you know, you want to isolate the enemies in the fights that work in your favor. Like, you don't want to give them, you don't want to give them like 1v1, 1v2 fights and shit like that. So here, if we can already fight as 3 in the B main and take the full B main control and kill the enemies in B main, we can easily deal with potential enemies that are in kitchen a bit later, right? And here I think you wasted a lot of the time, like,
They just man.
guarding this mid area of the map instead of just, you know, taking the full B side control, B main control, and just fucking up the enemies going through B main.
Okay.
But one of the main problems that I see in your gameplay is like, I don't know, your sound awareness is kind of low. I don't know, like, what type of headset you have, headphones, like, you know, make sure that in audio settings you're using, like, you know, stereo, like, maybe try HRTF, like, I don't know, like, you're not able to distinct where the enemies are based on the sound of the footsteps. I mean, here, like, you know, if in the B main area of the map, if you hear the metal, bop, bop, metal clanking sound, like, the only spot where the enemies can be is up here. If you hear the, you know, the snow sound, they're on the lower ground. So if I'm holding this, I hear the metal sound, bam. I'm instantly flicking up there and holding this position. So depending, you know, which material sound you're hearing, depends where the enemies are peeking you from at that moment of time. Even if you don't have a really good directional sound, you know, whether or not enemies are above you, below you, left or right, based on material, on which enemies are walking or running, you can easily distinct whether or not they're above you, below you, and from which position they're engaging you. But this is something that, you know, you can only train in a deathmatch, you know, as you're playing the game. It just comes more with experience, so to say. It's not really something that where you can create some very specific training routine for this type of a problem. Deathmatch, team deathmatch, like unrated matches, ranked matches, playtime, that's it. But your directional sound and directional awareness is really, really low, in my opinion. And it can be much, much better. Okay, now we are in the 10th round of the defender side. Let's see what our friend Katsura is gonna do, baby. Oh, video loaded again. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry, is the quality good? Yeah, quality is nice. Okay, once again, we're doing the wall that is blocking basically, you know, the whole mid area of the map, the top mid, this angle here. Are we gonna play A set now? Okay, we're playing A.
Stack A. I can use my ult for retake B.
So we're doing a gamble stack A. I mean, it's okay. Based on the previous pattern of pushing from the enemy team, we can do a bit harder gamble on the A site, but especially if we are gambling right now, I wouldn't really use the poison cloud for the A site. I mean, why would I do that? Like, you know, if the enemies are going for the B push, maybe, I mean, it's much better if I have this ready, you know, to maybe deny their plant for the retake as well. But to be honest, it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters now a lot, actually, where you place your poison cloud, because you cannot pick it up, to be honest. So, like, you know, it is good to keep this, you know, this default setup on A set and B set, like, 24/7. Like, I mean, unless you want to go for some crazy aggression, like maybe, you know, block the belt vision or something like that. But, I don't know. Personally, I would just keep this wall and this orb somewhere on the B side, 24/7 as my default setup, and that's it. Because we cannot pick up the poison cloud, and overstacking the A site with poison cloud and with a wall, what the fuck are we doing? You know, like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, with Viper, you really need to be careful right now, because, you know, you cannot really overstack a specific bomb site with enormous amount of utility. Like, here, what I would do, first of all, I would position myself on some really, really good off angle. So for an example, like, you know, we can play this position here, hide, surprise the enemies with a peek, like, play this position. Like, on Icebox of A set, you have, like, enormous amount of good 70-30 gunfights and 70-30 angles to potentially take a kill and then reposition. And then, if the enemies are really committing to the push, then okay. I mean, we can do some kind of an improvised poison cloud to maybe, like, deny the plant. For an example, we can do a poison cloud there. Enemies are planting the spike, bop, bop, easy kills. Or maybe what we can do is basically, like, you know, use the poison cloud here, so that if enemies are pushing in the site, we can maybe surprise them with a peek through the smoke and block the vision of the enemies in this trial position. But let's see what our friend Katsura is gonna do. We have the lineup for top of the pipes. I mean, this is a good like smoke to have. if your teammates are aggressively taking the belt control. But to be honest, like, you know, if my Jett is already this aggressive, it doesn't really matter that you're playing Viper. In Valorant ranked solo queue, no matter which agent you play, you always want to play as aggressive as your most aggressive teammate is playing, and to support that motherfucker, and to basically play on the refrag potential and capitalize on whatever the hell Jett is gonna do. Like, you always want to play with the allies that have the highest chances of dying, allies that are basically like most vulnerable, allies that are, I don't know, like about to take a fight with the enemies. Like basically the teammates that you think are gonna take the first fight, play with them. Like here, you know, why would you turn your focus towards the mid so early on if you already decided to gamble on the A side and there is a chance that enemies are pushing A? I mean, based on the KO knife and based on the spam from the enemy's team, enemies are definitely pushing the A side. So this lineup that you did here is absolutely fine. But what you should have done is like, you know, if your Jett is already pushing, okay, let's maybe try to support that Jett by playing, you know, on top of the 410 generator. Like, I mean, what you could have done is simply like, you know, use the poison cloud from here. Like you didn't need some special lineup for this poison cloud. We can just start here, aim like at this position. I mean, this should be fine. Yeah, that is fine. And then, you know, Jett is going for the aggressive play on the belt. Activate the poison cloud, take the ropes. We can go on the pipes and maybe from this angle surprise the enemies, take a kill. Maybe when the enemies get a contact with our Jett, we can surprise the enemies, take a kill. But letting this Jett go alone is way too risky. Like, I mean, if Jett dies, what was the point of this gamble? And what was the point of this poison cloud if we're not going to use it to fight the enemies together? Also, what we could have done here is like, you know, you do a poison cloud there. Maybe we could have done some kind of a snake bite to delay the enemy's push. Activate the poison cloud. Now, enemies cannot be in this area of the map. We can easily isolate them here and kill them. There's probably a bit better poison cloud, like, snake bite that we can do from this position to maybe deny the push of the enemy team. Like, maybe if you go from the left side here and aim like this, that can be good. That can be good. Not quite perfect, but still good. Like, the whole problem of this round is like, you know, we're gambling, and instead of helping the Jett, we decided to cover the mid. I mean, yes, like in some of the rounds, enemies liked to abuse the mid area of the map to split us and push us. But the whole point of the gamble is to, you know, destroy the initial enemies that are pushing the site. To surprise the enemy team. That you're all there. Like, I mean, doing this type of a gamble is usually not the best idea unless you're like 90% certain that enemies are gonna hit a specific site. But, to be honest, like, you know, in the last round, enemies pushed B, we heavily punished them with that push, like, we won the round, and, you know, yeah, we can maybe gamble the A side. But also what you can do when you have the Viper ultimate, you can simply use the Viper ult on the opposite bomb site, play around it, and essentially, like, you can tell your teammates to gamble. Like, you know, 4 of your teammates are playing with your utility on the A site, and you can play alone, you know, with some kind of an ultimate, like, deep towards the B main area of the map. Maybe some kind of a passive ultimate. I mean, usually the best idea is to use the aggressive ultimate here, because we can easily play on top of the gray boxes, and from this position maybe surprise the enemies and take some easy kills. Like if you hear the enemy Jett updrafting, we can easily surprise that Jett, take a kill on top of the boxes right here. So, I don't know, like, I mean, if I was the one in this round, you know, doing the gamble, I would actually support these two idiots, like Reyna and Jett. I mean, they're not idiots, like, they're doing what a duelist should actually do, you know, they're being aggressive, denying the space from the enemy team, but help them out. Help them out. Like, completely deny the enemies that are flanking and lurking from your mind. Like, basically, don't focus on flanks and lurks as long as there are enemies in front of you that you are fighting or your teammates are fighting. I only focus on flanks and lurks if there's nothing else for me to do, or if I'm the only guy that should do that. Like, no one else in my team is even paying any attention on whether or not enemies can be behind us. Sure, fine. Like, I mean, I should... If there is one enemy that likes to lurk and flank, I should deal with that guy. But here you can see on the minimap, like, your Claw is playing super passive. KO is semi-aggressive, like, you know, he is there to maybe support the Reyna. Why are you the one watching the flank and lurk? Your Claw is already doing that for you. I mean, she has the vision of the CT, rafters. She's playing more passively, like, one of you guys should go out and support the Reyna and KO. 2 teammates down, now we are 3 versus 3. Just remember, just remember one very simple and important tip in Valorant. You always want to play with and support the teammate that has the highest chances of dying and that is doing something useful for you, or the teammate that you think will take the first gunfight with the enemies. Like, in solo queue, there is no trust. Like, it's all about the trading the piece. It's like you're playing a game of chess. You know, you move a piece, enemies move a piece. And you're trying to trade the pieces in a way where you end up in some kind of a numbers advantage. Here, we're not moving the right pieces. Like, I mean, you're completely useless piece on the, you know, checkboard. And essentially, like, you're not doing a proper job right now in this solo queue match. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen. And also, like, I mean, if you decide to hold the mid, I mean, and there is no, like, basically, you cannot play here ever in your life when you're holding, like, the bottom mid and mid and kitchen. Like, basically, this is the worst angle that you can hold when you're watching for the flank of the enemies, because, like, you need to flick a lot. You can never be certain with your crosshair placement where the enemies are gonna peek you. Are they gonna peek me from here or from here? And when the enemies are pushing through the window, for an example, once they clear this area of the map, they can fully focus on the right side here and take some easy kills. So basically, like, you know, if I already decided to watch the mid, I would just rotate all the way on top of the, you know, boiler right here and just watch the bottom mid, occasionally check the tube to see if enemies maybe had a timing to be there, and that's it. Like, we need to isolate that angle. And if you lose the timing, I mean, it is what it is. Anyways, we're gambling on the A side. At the end of the day, you don't even need to watch the mid area at all. The whole point of this round is to gamble. If you're gambling, commit to the gamble. Like here, you know, play from the CT. Watch the kitchen, occasionally check the mid. Watch the kitchen, occasionally check the mid. I don't know. Like, you need to force yourself a bit more to play with your most aggressive teammates. Like, basically, in a lot of matches in Valorant, your main focus is not even to counter the enemies. Your main focus is usually to compensate the potential mistakes of your allies, to use the life of your teammates to fight the enemies together, and to abuse every single mistake that enemies make. And that's it. Like here, for example, you know, Reyna and Jet died, you're still mid. Why? Go play with the K. I mean, you know that some of the enemies are here. You don't know if enemies are rotating. If they rotate and plant the spy, who cares? You know, when you're 3 versus 3, nobody gives a shit about map control. Remember also this tip in Valorant. Like, whenever you end up on a defender's side, in a 2v2, 3v3 scenario, or you have the numbers advantage over the enemy team, like, fuck the map control. Sell a bit of the map control just for a chance to play a proper trading game with your teammates and to isolate the angles in a smart way. Because when you're 2v2 or 3v3 on Icebox, you cannot really cover all of the angles from which enemies can kill you. You know. But here, fuck the mid, fuck the B side, you know, just... You can play around the screens and maybe hold this position and this position, be ready to support your teammates on the site. Like Claw was playing here, KO was playing here. Done. Be closer to them, be ready to refrag them, and your life is gonna be much easier in ranked solo queue.
Last player standing.
Gone.
Ooh, that play of the Neon was really fucking nice, man. And also, nice shot by you. Nice shot by you. That was a good job. Good job. That was insane, actually. Really, really good. I just want to see something here.
Last player standing.
Gone.
But, you know, like here... Also, like, you know, enemies don't know where the hell you are. Like, you can be behind them. You can be in the CT. They don't know what you're doing. I think here, like... You should have kept your location a secret instead of making the footstep sounds. Because our enemy is gonna really expect that 5 of you guys stacked the A site. Most of the times not. You know, there's... I really think that there was no way that enemies would have expected you this close to the screens at this moment of time. So, you know, like, we could have played here a bit slower and maybe killed this Sova for free if you were just playing, you know, a bit more silently instead of making enormous amount of footsteps and, you know, like selling the information to the enemies where we are at that moment of time. That's a nice skill. That's a really good awareness.
Enemy remaining.
Okay, we know the Sova is on the right. We heard the footstep on the right. I don't know, like, especially in the clutch scenarios, you definitely need to keep your location a secret a bit more. Like, I mean, yes, you are at the back foot right now. I mean, like, you're 1v1 with 30 HP, and you need to make a move. But, listen, we already heard that enemy Sova went from this position to this position. So he is behind the wall. Let's open up the wall. Let's get up on the bomb site, onto this position, and let's see if Sova is gonna peek something. Then maybe from the ropes we can engage that Sova, clear this area of the map, and surprise the enemy Sova. Instead of stomping at the backside, selling our location to this Sova, and that's it. And also, in this scenario, personally, I wouldn't use the ultimate, because you're only 30 HP, and if the Sova has the shock darts, I mean, you're cooked. Like, he doesn't even need to do a precise shock dart, you're dead.
Where do we think he is?
I think
Like-
you heard him in maze.
Yeah, you heard him at maze.
But it wasn't he's probably...
Yeah. But he can be now. Woo! I mean, we can also win the round like this. I don't know how this worked, to be honest. Like, I mean, Sova made a miss. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, he missed a shock dart and then completely, and but it was not a good play. You know, if you do some play and it works in Valorant, that doesn't always mean that that was a good play. You know, for example, this play that you did like was bad. You know, like we could have played this a bit more methodically. Check, you know, to see where is the enemy Sova. Maybe go up here, see if he's gonna peek there, peek here. Maybe get up on the wall. You know, jump up here, check the maze. You know, and then go for a defuse. But okay.
I can't, bro. I can't.
Okay, okay.
No.
I cannot as well. I cannot as well. Okay. I mean, in the last round, enemies pushed A site. We completely F'd them up. So now, yeah, I mean, we can gamble onto B site, to be honest. Once again, I would completely change the setup on A and B. based on what I've discussed in the previous rounds, and that's it. You know, doing a one-way smoke for the B main, better wall for A.
Neon. 3, 4, 5.
Especially like, listen, especially if you have like a teammate that is playing behind the yellow. On the B side, you really need to have the one-way orb here or here. Like, I mean, this orb doesn't do shit for your teammate. I mean, yes, it allows that claw to reposition from back of the yellow onto the site, but, you know, it's better to support your ally as he's taking these gunfights right here. But okay, I mean, like, claw went nuclear!
I see, like, the round's over. The round is...
Follow your teammates, follow the
Go,
jet.
Go!
Follow the jet. Follow the jet. Follow the jet. Get a better angle. Nah. This is a problem. This is bad. Like, listen. Whenever your teammates are playing aggressive and they're about to engage the enemies, you need to ask yourself 2 questions. Like, how much time I need to connect with that teammate and which pathing I need to prioritize in order to actually play with that guy on the refrag potential. And the second question that you need to ask yourself is like, which angle should I hold or I need to hold in order to play on the refrag potential with my jet? I mean, like, if you're here, your jet is here. So here is your jet. You don't have time to do this because Neon can jump on top of the boxes, kill the jet, and who knows how aggressive this jet is gonna be. I mean, Neon also peeked just behind this box and killed your jet. So, whenever I'm playing whenever I have very aggressive teammates in my team that are just searching for the frags, my main priority is finding the most optimal route to connect with that ally and to play on the refrag potential. So here, the absolutely best game decision was to simply use a Molotov here so that Neon cannot peek us from that angle, and then as the jet is pushing this, I'm holding this angle to refrag the jet. Or I'm holding up here and then killing the Neon there. Or as the jet is moving forward, I'm also gonna move forward, and as the jet is taking the fight, I'm gonna peek as well and take a kill.
Go, Jet! Go, King!
Pay attention on your positioning based on what your teammates are doing.
I'm flashing.
65 neon.
Behind the box. Behind the little box.
Okay, this was a bit better. This was a bit better.
The fuck?
On top of 410. Buy him. 410.
Okay, in this round, I mean, for the previous few rounds, like 3, 4, 5, enemies were really consistent when it comes to following the AB pattern of pushing. Now, what is AB pattern of pushing? Players in ranked solo queue will usually try to do something completely different compared to what they did in the previous rounds, thinking that they are unpredictable, while in reality, that makes them more predictable. And also, players in ranked solo queue really like to follow the rule of fear mentality. What is the rule of fear? Basically, like, players are usually afraid to repeat their mistakes from the previous rounds. And that's why in the next round, probably they're not gonna do the same shit that they did in the previous round. So in this round, once again, let's play the A side. And especially in this round, that is important because we see on the minimap that our claw is ready for the aggressive play. Like when I'm playing on a defender side, in the last 5 seconds, 10 seconds of a preparation phase, I always take a sneak peek at the minimap to see what are my teammates doing. And to once again ask myself a question, where should I play? And who should I play with? Who has the highest chances of dying based on what I think enemies are going to do? In this round, I think enemies are going to push A side. A side is also our default bomb site. My claw, she is ready to go out. Claw is ready to push, man. Like, look at her body posture. She is looking towards the barrier aggressively with the smokes in her hands. She is running it down. Running it down. And if she dies, the A side is completely open. And that's it. You see what happened? Like in this round, enemies played the default. So, as I said, like in, based on the rule of fear, we could have expected something different from the enemies in this round. But based on what our teammates are doing, we knew that we needed to support the claw. Like, basically, in ranked solo queue, communication is not that important. I mean, you don't need to give your teammates some high-level IGL strategies, tell them, you know, pull out the playbook of Boaster, you know, and run down the enemy team. But what is very important is that you're always talking and telling your teammates what you want to do, where you want to go, what you see, and if you need something very specific from your teammates to do in order to have higher chances of winning that specific round. But most of the time, what is even more important than giving a communication support to your allies is providing the silent support. Because a lot of the times in ranked solo queue, your teammates are not going to tell you what they're going to do. And you need to compensate these type of shit plays. That is why it's very important in a game of Valorant that you always understand what is a good, bad, and optimal play. So that you're always aware, you know, of the bad plays that your teammates are doing, and you can maybe compensate them or fix them without even saying anything to your allies. In this round, I would have definitely played with my claw. It was so obvious she's gonna push. It was very dangerous to push alone, especially as a controller, and she's alone on the site. When you're playing alone on the bomb site, you need to play passively. You don't need to sell the site or sell the main area of the map to the enemy's team. You're just fighting for information. You want to potentially get a frag onto one enemy and then play the retake together with your allies.
Get out of my way.
Okay, listen. Ooh, that was a nasty thingeroni. First thing I wanted to say here is that, you know, whenever you're positioning yourself somewhere on the map in Valorant, always ask yourself from which angles enemies can fuck you up. Like in a game of Valorant, one of my highest priorities is to never die from behind. Based on luck, based on timing, and based on bad positioning. Like in this example, you cannot hold a beam in from here. Why? Because no one is watching your mid and top of the tube. Especially when the Jet did the ultimate, you know, she was maybe, I don't know, on top of the tube, I don't know, like, whatever. So we needed to position ourselves here if we want to hold the B main. And now this whiff onto the enemy Jet is the problem of your mechanical skill. You know, like, throughout this whole VOD review, I've noticed that you struggle a bit more, like, with micro corrections and tracking compared to your flicking, and we're gonna focus more like on micro corrections, tracking, and I already have a really good idea, you know, what type of aim training I'm gonna recommend you after this VOD review. Like, this is just a mechanical problem. We're not gonna talk about that. Like, we're gonna privately discuss it. Also, like, I mean, listen. if it is already the last round of the half, use your ultimate. Especially if you're playing some kind of a bomb set alone. It's okay. You know, try to pressure the enemies, try to deny the space from the enemy team. Also, you don't need to use some kind of an, you know, aggressive ultimate. We can just use some kind of a passive ultimate. Like this, for an example. You know, we can play with a poison cloud, with the ultimate, try to deny the space of the enemy team, try to delay the enemy's push as much as we can, so that our teammates rotate in time and they're able to help us out. So basically, like, you know, usually I use the Viper ultimate on a defender side in 3 case scenarios. Case scenario number 1, I'm playing alone on the bomb site, and I need to basically, like, you know, stop or deny or delay the enemy's push. Okay, let's use the ultimate. Case scenario number 2, I'm playing with some kind of an eco, halberd or close range weapons. Let's use the ultimate and let's try to kill the enemies within the ultimate with the shotgun, shorty, bucky, stinger, things like that. And case scenario number 3, I use the ultimate on the retics. If I'm, 2v2, 3v3, bomb is planted, 1v1, whatever, we use the ultimate. We can tap the defuse, half defuse the spike, and then see, like, where is the last remaining enemy and try to outplay the enemies. But not using the ultimate at all, I mean, that's kind of borderline stupid. Like, I mean, it's a still very powerful ultimate that is very, very useful to deny the enemy's push and delay it, and maybe get a few easy picks and easy kills. So use it, especially if it is the last round of the half or of the match. Okay, so that is kind of like defender side. Let's see what our friend Katsura is doing on the attack, baby. Okay, now let's first talk about, how to play Icebox on attack and, what is the best pattern of pushing, your default site, all of that juicy stuff. So first of all, on the attacker side of Icebox, your default site and number 1 priority is the A site once again. Number 2 priority B site. Number 3 priority mid area of the map. Essentially on this map, the best idea for the first 4 to 6 rounds is to test the 5-man pushes, playing together on A site and B site. See how the enemies are gonna respond to your 5-man pushes, and then, like, if you notice that you have an opportunity to lurk through mid, or maybe you need to abuse the mid area of the map to basically win the rounds and outplay the enemies, that is the only moment of time when we should be using the mid area of the map to actually flank, lurk, and to basically outplay the enemies. So TLDR is that, in the first 4 to 6 rounds, do the 5-man pushes on A and B, depending on your economy and enemy's economy and, what works better for you. And then from the 4th, 5th, or 6th round, you can start using the mid area of the map to maybe lurk, flank, split the map, shit like that. In the first round, I would always hit the A site with my team and just do a 5-man push on A, because A push is a lot cleaner. There's not a lot of mistakes that your teammates can make. Everything is about the proper crosshair placement, playing on a proper refrag potential, and that's it. And if you win the first round on A, then 3 rounds in a row, I would push the A site, and then in a 4th round, we can fake A and go B. Now, why is this the best pattern of pushing? Because if you push the 1 bomb site 3 rounds in a row, you apply enormous amount of mental pressure on that specific bomb site. And when you push the, let's say, A site 3 rounds in a row for the first 3 rounds, no matter what was the outcome of these 3 rounds, in the 4th round, you can easily pull the enemy's rotation a bit faster, and enemies are definitely gonna, in 80% of case scenarios, enemies are gonna pull a faster rotation in that 4th round. Now, in the first round, if you go A and you lose the first round, I mean, you can still do, the same pattern, just to, generally speaking, like when you're playing an eco round or a halbye round on the attacker side, most of the times it's a bit better idea to split the map, to test the enemies on B side, test the enemies on mid. You get the point. Basically, whenever you're playing some kind of an eco or halbye round, you need to default a bit more, you need to lurk, flank, split the map, fake a bit more, outplay the enemies, essentially. And whenever enemies are eco or halbye on a defender side, just avoid this area of the map. Whenever enemies are eco or halbye, you don't need mid, you don't need B side, just go A. And the attacker side of Icebox is quite literally only about a crosshair placement, a refrag potential, and proper pathing. Nothing else matters. Especially when you're playing Viper, like, we have some very strict setups that we should follow, and that every single Viper player should do on the attacker side, and that's it. So first of all, in the first round with Viper, if you're pushing in the A side, I would always buy either the Sheriff or the Ghost. So basically, Sheriff or Ghost with 1 snake bite. Poison Cloud is not that important because on the A side, anyways, we don't have some really incredibly good, smoke setup. The most important smoke on the A side is this wall right here that goes across the screens and blocks the CT area of the map. And how do we do this wall? basically you just line up yourself in the middle of this box right here. So in this entrance, there is the first box, second box. You go at the middle of this box or the doors, aim slightly higher, and drop the smoke. It is very important that this smoke screen ends on top of the screens and on the left side of it. Like, you don't want to give the enemies an opportunity to kill you by jiggle peeking through the wall. Like, it's really hard to do this without actually falling down. So we want to give the least amount of space to the enemy team on this specific position. And even if you have the wall up here, always be aware that enemies can be behind the wall. So when you're closing your poison cloud, you know, the wall, always check this position, because one enemy might be hiding here, waiting for you to push in, waiting for wall to go down, and then that guy is gonna kill you. Now, one thing about this wall is that, you know, we have two variations of this wall. We have this wall from the, you know, start of the round, doing it at the door here, and this wall kind of blocks the vision of the enemies that are aggressive here. When do you want to use this wall? This wall you want to use when you notice that your teammates are dying a lot in this A main area of the map, and they cannot cross this area of the map safely. But most of the times, it is better to use the wall from here without blocking this vision, because we don't want to give the enemies an opportunity to outplay us, surprise us, push really close to us, and maybe, you know, they kill the enemies on the belt. There is a wall here, and then they can also surprise us or go out with a kill. Like, I only use this wall here, like in the first round, and if I notice that, you know, enemies have the operator on the defender side, on the A side, and I need to give the support to my teammates to cross this short area of the map safely. But no matter what type of a wall you have, you should always push the A side through the belt, and you either pick the enemies from the belt and contest them from the belt, or we're basically going from the lower ground, dropping down here, and clearing all of these angles methodically, one by one. You know, that position, this position, etc, etc. So in the first round, you know, you simply throw the wall like this, make sure it lands on top of the screens, it blocks the screens, go through the belt, open up the wall for your team, go here, and from this position, you know, clear the angles one by one. And then, like, when you're pushing onto the bomb site, you know, you close the wall. When your teammates cross, like, whenever your teammates cross this segment, close the wall, save your poison cloud, like, you know, for the actual push. And then, once we clear the main area of the map, you know, we can do some kind of a Molotov to deny the space from the enemy team, wherever we see the enemies at that moment of time. And then we go from the upper ground, engaging the enemies from the 410 generator, and pushing together with our teammates as they're pushing as well. And that's kind of it, like, when it comes to the first round. Like, I personally wouldn't do anything else, and if you buy the sheriff, then I would also swing the belt together with my teammates, and just with a proper crosshair placement, like, we peek top, headshot position, this off angle, this position, this position, this position, and move forward through the belt. Like, the proper crosshair placement from the belt is peeking the rafters, peeking the headshot, peeking the tower, this off angle, peeking the pipes, this off angle, clearing this position, and then clearing that spot there. And we're moving forward onto the site, and most of the times, same as with any other agent in Valorant, I would prioritize going from the upper ground, so that we're not cluttering this position with too many teammates there. We're bugging each other out and we cannot pick the enemies together. And I always try to provide for my teammates an airborne support from top of the 410 generator, from top of these boxes here, from top of the A tower position, and then, you know, if I need to aggress the enemies at the backside, because my teammates are fighting the enemies at the backside, I'm gonna do it. Now, let's see what our friend Katsura is gonna do. Also, one quick tip, one really good thing to do with Viper in almost like every single round is placing a smoke for mid, essentially. You know, the poison cloud. Basically, you know, for this, you don't need any special lineup. Like, I kind of just chuck it here, and that's basically it. That's my lineup for this position. Maybe, you know, you can find some better lineups than this. But what I usually do is just, you know, when the barrier drops down, I just aim at the top of this spot, do a simple run and throw, and most of the, you know, actually, let's find a better lineup for this. Let's find a bit better lineup. Like, I mean, on YouTube, like, you have millions of lineups. Like, let's see, where is the barrier here? Where is the barrier? Just a second. So if the barrier is here, like, you just need to aim slightly on top of this sign, huh? Is that gonna be okay? Below that sign. Barrier goes down. Oopsie. Just a second. So we do this, bop, throw. Oh, that's perfect. That is actually perfect. No gap here, no gap there. That's it. You know, just come on top of this box. Aim on top of that, whatever the hell this shit is. You know. This, that is a snowman. At the bottom of the snowman. And then just throw the poison cloud. Now, this poison cloud, you can use as a default in almost every single round, because the whole purpose of this poison cloud is to make the enemies think that someone is lurking and flanking through mid. And maybe like for the first like 1, 2, or 3 rounds, you know, you can just do it as a default smoke. And then when you're playing some kind of an eco round, hull by round, or you see a good opportunity to flank and surprise the enemies, do it. You know, like the whole point is to sell the enemies an idea that to pressure the enemies and to potentially surprise the enemies in 1 or 2 rounds with a lurk through mid. But I still, you know, I would prefer to have a poison cloud for the actual push onto the bomb site, because for an example here, we have a really good poison cloud. Like, I think you aim somewhere like this, essentially. Like, you see this corner? Go up. Like, you stand... Sorry, guys, I don't know what's happening. You stand in the middle of this line, like this, and then you throw the poison cloud inside of this corner, but you're touching this roof. And then, like, this poison cloud... Yeah, it should be a bit higher, sorry, guys. So it is a bit higher, like, we stand here, and then slightly higher, like, inside of that corner, like that. Why is this poison cloud good? Because it fully blocks the enemy's vision on the right side. It also creates this little one-way so that enemies cannot pass behind the smoke. And when you have this active and the wall, literally the whole bomb site is kind of blocked. And then, like, we can use the poison cloud, the snake bite to deny additional space from the enemy team. And then pushing onto the A site is quite easy because you have the wall for the screens. You have the poison cloud for the right side. But remember that, you know, now that the Viper is nerfed, you really don't have that much toxin to actually push the site. Like, you really want to synchronize your utility usage with the push of your allies. But okay, as I said, like, I mean, in every single round, you can also keep this as your like default setup, and essentially every round just open up the poison orb up here. Like, how did I fuck this up? How did I manage to fuck up the lineup that I figured out, like, immediately right now? So we sit in the corner. We sit right here at the edge of the box, actually. So the snowman should be in the middle, and then throw it. And then, like, you know, open the poison cloud every single round for like 50% of the toxin. Close it, and you apply enormous amount of mental pressure onto the enemy's team. Let's see what's going to happen in this first round and what they are going to do. Okay, so she is doing this lineup, I guess. Listen, in the first round of Icebox, if I'm playing Viper, personally, I would never buy the classic pistol with the light shield. It is really not worth it. Like, basically, it's really a medium, long-range map. you don't really have a dash ability or some kind of a close gapping tool. And this classic pistol might not be enough to fight the enemies, you know, at the CT area of the map, on the rafters and shit like that. So I would always go with a snakebite and ghost, or with a sheriff and a wall, and that's it. Okay, let's see what they're gonna do. Okay, there's no plan at all. Listen, like, one of the most important rounds, when you should actually open up your microphone, is the first round on the attacker side. Like, usually on my streams, I don't speak, you know, I don't communicate that much. I'm not really trying to be an IGL. Usually I provide the silent support to my teammates. I'm a very adaptive player, and I only give a call out if I see a really good way to counter the enemies. But in the first round, always tell them what to do. Don't let your teammates play some kind of a default, split the map. Like, the main rule of the first round is that you always want to do a 5-man aggressive push towards one specific area of the map. Where you want to push depends on the enemy's team composition, your team composition, which map we're playing, what is your default bomb set, and stuff like that. So in this round, I would definitely just, you know, tell my teammates, hey guys, let's go A together, use the wall for the A site, use the snake bite to deny the space of the enemy somewhere on the A site and to pressure them, and that's it. Like, this is the worst way to start this is literally the worst way to start the first round on the attacker's side. Now, like, and also, what are you doing in mid? Like, listen, don't touch the mid area of the map in the first round and in the full buy rounds unless you really need to do that. Like, in the first 4 to 5, 6 rounds, just rely on the 5-man pushes. Tell your teammates to go A, to go B, to go A, to go B, maybe split the B set through mid and shit like that. But fuck the solo plays in the first round. In the first round, you never want to lurk, you never want to flank, you just want to play a proper refray game with your teammates, abuse the numbers advantage on a specific site. You also have the utility advantage. I mean, it's a first round. Enemies don't have that many abilities to defend the bomb site against your push. This is the worst thing. Like, 2 worst things that can happen for you in the first round. Not giving a call out to your teammates and not playing with your allies in the first round. Because, you know, in the first 4 rounds, on both attackers and defenders side, you also need to figure out what type of teammates you have. You know, who are you playing with? How much you can trust your allies. You cannot go for the lurks and flanks on the attacker's side if your teammates are just gonna die instantly. Like, if you notice that your teammates are not able to hold their own ground and to basically stay alive while you're lurking and flanking, that lurk and flank doesn't matter. If you're gonna play a 1 versus 5 scenario every single round. But also our claw is AFK, so that's not really...
Still close.
Ooh, angle clearing here is so bad.
Close.
So bad. Listen, first of all, I would always avoid fighting the enemies from the A short. All of these angles are not working in your favor. There's too many off angles where enemies can be. It is not worth it. Unless you want to jump spot the enemies or push here, then it's okay. But I would never take this fight with the enemies. Especially not with a close range weapon, medium range weapon, such as classic pistol. Like, with a classic pistol, you always want to take the fights that are in between 0 and 20 meters. If the gunfight is above 20 meters, you need to figure out a way to close the gap with the enemies a bit better and to fight them on below 20 meters. So if I was pushing here with a classic pistol, I would just jump spot the enemies, okay, reveal that jet, and from this position, I will clear this spot, that position, and then from top of the pipes, we are gonna move like onto the site, and now we can fight that jet that is up on the generator and try to take a kill, because this is around, you know, 20-25 meters, which is totally fine. But this ain't fine. And when you're pushing this area of the map, you really need to clear, you know, this angle, this position. You need to be aware of an enemy up there, like, check everything. Crosshair placement, angle clearing, and pathing on Icebox are the main 3 things that you need to master Absolutely. We just swung this angle, like, you know, we just went out.
Or like Jenny thing. Chambers mid.
One Raptors, one Nurse.
Never mind.
One side. Silver. He's hit 60.
But, wait. So enemy Neon is behind us. We know that Sova is alone at the backside. What the fuck are we doing here? Why are you so scared? Listen here. Whenever you notice that enemies are this split apart, like the enemies have like two groups of players that are not playing together. Let's say enemies have 2 players here and 2 players here. Your main job is always to fuck up this group of the enemy's players before the rest of the enemy team connects with them. But here, we know that the Neon is on mid. She can probably rotate fast onto the CT, you know, just sprint there, or maybe she's gonna go for the flank and lurk. Whatever the Neon is doing, it doesn't really matter. Like, my Jet is here. I'm here. KO is here. I run it down. Instantly give the call out to your teammates to aggressively engage that Sova so that we delete the Sova and then only Neon is left alive. And it really doesn't matter what Neon is doing. In this round, she's gonna be in a huge disadvantage because she's gonna be 2v1. But this is a huge mistake, like not falling down onto this Sova before the Neon connects with the Sova. Especially because Neon right now can also be behind us.
Gone.
We should have dealt with that Sova much faster, like we lost the timing for that.
Nice.
Okay. We clutched this round, like this last 1v1 was once again a bit lucky, to be honest. Like I don't know what Neon was doing there. Like if I was that Neon, I would just wait to see if you're gonna plant the spike. And you know, like on the spike plant, I'm gonna peek out. Like basically I would just go all the way on the rafters, play in this position, wait for your spike plant and try to surprise you. But, you know, as I said, like in this elo, most of the times you can just win the rounds based on the enemy's mistakes. Like, there's a lot of mistakes in this round. Like, first round should never look like this. You know, we're doing some kind of a split, lurk, not playing together. You always want to use your utility for the push on that specific site where your teammates are going at that moment of time. You don't want to use the B wall in the first round because the wall for the screens might be very beneficial for the post plant and also for the push on the site in the first round. I'm never going to buy a poison cloud, especially now where you cannot really pick it up. I mean, it's not that useful most of the time. Like buy the snake bite. And the number one mistake of this one was actually not killing that Sova before the Neon connects with the Sova. Like we lost a lot of the time dealing with that Sova at the backside. But okay, let's see what we're gonna do in the next round. Now listen, on Icebox, on the attacker side, whenever enemies are eco or hull by, avoid the B site. Fuck it. You don't want to die from the enemy's shotguns, from the enemy's close range weapons in all of these positions. Like, just push A. It is much cleaner, much better. And this is one of the rare maps where on the attacker side, most of the times on Icebox, if I win the first round, enemies are eco, hull by, or they don't have a heavy shields, I would actually force the outlaw. Outlaw with a heavy shield, or outlaw with a light shield and utility. And once again, I would just give my teammates, you know, this wall, like for the A main area of the map. And for the site like this, go onto the belt, and from belt, contest the enemies with the outlaw and take some easy kills. But of course, on this map, as an anti-eco and hull by weapon, Bulldog is really good. Garden is also really good, but I would really stay away from using the Stinger, Spectre, Bucky, and Judge. Like, it's really a... Yes, there is a lot of the close range angles where you can use the Spectre to run and down and run and gun and kill the enemies, but Bulldog is overall maybe the best anti-eco and hull by weapon on this map. It's a very versatile weapon, very powerful weapon once you master it, especially because of the burst fire. In the long range fights, you just hit one bullet to the head, one bullet to the body, and enemies are dead. So like in this round, you know, if you already want to buy a Spectre, buy a Bulldog with a heavy shield. Yeah, you had a lot of money. We could have easily bought the Bulldog, heavy shield, and utility.
Killed the fucking chamber.
Ooh. Listen, wall on the B site. When you're walling the B site, your default wall on B should always look like this. So you line yourself up with this line on the wall, like this. And you aim right here. So in between the bottom of this generator, or whatever the fuck this shit is on the wall, like you aim in between this and this line. And the wall should look like this. That's a bad wall, because it's not the proper lineup. I was just joking, guys. You line yourself up, basically, with a line on the wall. Sorry, guys. It's too late for me. So basically, line at the wall, this line here, aim in the middle like this, and then voila, bop it. Why is this good? It gives you a lot of the space to take the cover from the enemy's operator and go into this position and kill the enemies. Also, this wall fully covers the tower position, the side position, and every single off angle and spot to which enemies can kill you. I mean, even the wall that you did is okay, but the problem of your wall is that if you just randomly drop the wall, let's say I drop some random wall like, let's say like this, for an example, then I don't have this space anymore to get here and surprise the enemies from this position. Like, I'm always in some kind of a disadvantage. Yes, I'm still taking the cover from the enemies in the B main, but, I mean, I need to peek here. Wide open. Enemies can also hide here. We are fucked. So, from now on, you know, this should be your default lineup for the wall on the B set, and just use this wall. You're not gonna make a mistake.
That was actually funny.
Now, whenever enemies are eco and halby, we always want to play together as 5 and push something together. Abuse the gun advantage to kill the enemies. And starting from this second round, you know, from the first full buy round, you can start your rounds by placing the orb for the mid, and basically using this orb like to, you know, to like play with the enemy's mind, to make them think, is Viper gonna lurk? Is someone gonna lurk in the enemy team? Like, what are the enemies gonna do? Etc. etc. Like, it's really, you know, good if you're playing a controller. But even when I'm playing Omen, with Omen I like to do one of my smokes here at the start of almost every round, just to deny a bit of information from the enemy team and to play with their mind. Let's see what they're gonna do. Ay. Okay. So we have the information in this round that enemy chamber placed on the B site, and he likes to play a bit more aggressive. Also, enemies on the A site like to play a bit more aggressive. Whenever enemies like to play a bit more aggressive at the choke points, in the main areas of the maps, if you don't have a proper initiator agent to basically clear those areas of the map, always try to jump spot the enemies before your teammates take a duel. Like, basically, if I don't have a Sova on Icebox, I will always run in front of my teammates, jump spot this angle, so I take that information for my teammates. Jump spot this angle, I take the information of the enemies in B main. Jump spot this angle, I take information about the enemies in the A main area of the map. Because one of the most underused mechanics in Valorant is the jump spot mechanic. Like, for some reason, Diamond, Ascendant, even low immortal players like you guys just love to peek out. Why would you just swing out in an open area of the map where enemies can play enormous amount of different vertical and horizontal positions, and then you need to gamble your crosshair placement and you're an easy target for the enemy team? Get information for yourself, get information for your crosshair, for the crosshair of your teammates and then move out. Like, that's how we play Valorant. Sorry guys, you know, Valorant servers, like indie developer company, like, you know, they cannot keep the servers live for more than 1.5 hours. Yes, I started drinking water instead of Pepsi Max. Imagine that. Healthy charlatan on the stream. Let's go back on the attack.
30 seconds left. No one will remember them.
Let's see what they're gonna do. What's gonna happen actually.
Well,
Listen, this wall that you did, you see, another problem of improvised wall on the B side. Look at that gap. Look at that gap. And that's big butthole up there. Big anal cavity through which enemies can kill you. That cannot happen, man. We need to have a smoke up there. And also, you should have smoked a bit faster. Basically, you want to put your wall up for the B side when your teammates are already crossing this line. That's when your wall should be up. Or, if you're scared that you might die from an enemy that is here, or operator player on the B side, you can instantly do the wall, get into this position, close the wall, and then from this position we can path into the B side, clearing all of these angles one by one, and potentially countering the enemy with the operator.
well,
Angle clearing 0 points, man. Like, literally nobody in your team checked this position. When I'm pushing the B main area of the map, I check this, 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 and then I focus on the site. Like, even if you have like 20,000 teammates in front of yourself, this is how your pathing should look like on B side most of the time. We run through the garage. Oh, I'm so sorry guys, I ate some kind of a shit before the stream. So, we run into the garage, jump spot the enemies to reveal them there and there. We clear this angle, jump spot the enemies again. We clear this position, these positions, move up, clear that spot, this spot, this spot, and then we clear this position, back of the yellow, and then we move on to the bomb site to plant the spike.
well,
Rule numero uno in Valorant. You never trust your teammates. You're the only guy or girl that you can trust in your team. Especially with angle clearing.
I can
Yeah.
flash through.
two
Okay. Another very important rule for Valorant ranked solo queue. Fight the fights before you plant the spikes. That doesn't make any sense, but let me explain. If you think that your teammates might die while you're planting the spike, if you think that you might die while you're planting the spike, if you think there's some kind of a gunfight gonna happen while you're planting the spike, don't plant the fucking spike. Clear the whole site, fight all of the fights, support your teammates before you go for the spike plant. Period. Done. The only times when planting the spike as soon as possible is actually valuable for you, and when you should do it is when you're playing some kind of an eco round, halberd round, or you don't have any more time to plant the spike. There's only like 5-6 seconds on the clock, and you need to plant the spike. Otherwise, if you have like 1 minute to plant the spike, you hear the enemies. You heard the enemies. Here, here, and here. Fuck it. Bait the spike plant. Your teammates are going out. Support them with a Molotov. Go out. Swing on their contact. You know, you don't need to push first. Swing on the contact of your allies. Refrag them. Kill all of the enemies. And then, when everything is silent and no one is gonna die, no one is gonna fire some gunshots, plant the spike.
orange, 3 orange, all 3.
Oh, that molly. I mean, it's okay to deny the push of the enemy neon. It's okay. It's actually okay. Why not? It's okay.
Picked up a guardian.
Okay, let's play this slow.
Full healed.
This is, you know, a bit of a mistake right now. Like, we know that enemy Reyna has a guardian right here. Enemy Reyna right now killed your Reyna, and she's overhealing. We have a poison cloud right here and a Spectre. Instead of moving, you know, behind the yellow or here, where the Reyna saw me last time. I mean, right now we just killed the enemy jet that was here. Let's keep our location a secret. Why don't you simply open the poison cloud and maybe get in a poison cloud? Wait to see if she's gonna tap the spike. Bam, easy kill. Plus, we have very close range to abuse the Spectre and destroy the anal cavity of this Reyna. Or why don't we reposition towards the aim area of the map, keeping our location a secret, waiting for the Reyna to tap the spike, and then closing the poison cloud and surprising the Reyna from the opposite direction. It is very important in Valorant that you're always trying to keep your location a secret and make the enemies a second guess every single decision they want to make. Like, that's what I'm really good at as a player, and that's why I'm kind of able to reach Radiant these days in Valorant. It's definitely not because of my, you know, superb mechanical skill. Like, you need to always make the enemies second guess their decisions. Be like a water. Be unpredictable, you know? With your positioning, movement, peaks, everything that you're doing. Here, this is not gonna be nice. You see? That Reyna was ready for the fight. Because this is the last location where the Reyna saw you 10 seconds ago. And you stayed on that location. Why? You know? Play smart. Play smart. I mean, this is not really why we lost this round. We mainly lost this round because you didn't follow the rule of planting the spike. Like, never. But especially when the enemies are equal halbye. Never plant the spike before you finish the gunfights on the site. Clear the whole site, fight all of the fights with your teammates, follow up your most aggressive allies, play on the refrag potential, delete enemies from the map. At the end of the day, win the round without even planting the spike. And plant the spike only when nothing is happening. Site is fully cleared. We checked every single spot and position where enemies can be. Our teammates are not going to fight some stupid 50-50, 1 versus 1 gunfights. And we can plant the spike. And usually, this job of planting the spike, you should give it in the hands of your teammates. Because every single time when you are the one planting the spike or defusing the spike, you're praying to Jesus Christ, Lord, Holy Maria, that your teammates are going to protect you and that they are not going to make some kind of a mistake. Fuck it. Tell to this Claw. Claw, brother. Here is the spike. Plant it. I'm going to go fight with my KO and Jet and Reyna because they're fucking imbeciles pushing enemies aggressively in a 5v4 numbers advantage. And also we have the economy advantage as well. Like, this play... Like, what is in the brain of these players in Diamond, Ascendant, Low, Immortal, Platinum? Like, what type of monkey is playing there? Like, kills don't matter in Valorant. Literally, if you win a game with 13 kills and 26 kills, it is the same shit. As long as your kills are impactful kills. How many games have you lost with 30 kills, 20 kills, 25 kills? A lot. Why? Because you also have 26 and 30 fucking deaths. And your kills don't mean at all. It is much better to create numbers advantage. Play the trading game. Play the chess. Play the chess. You know? And have only the impactful kills to close out the rounds. Make the numbers advantage. Trade your teammates. Like enemies don't have a smoker agent. What the hell, bro? Why are we pushing them? Such a stupid game decision. But That's why a lot of the players will never reach Radiant in their life.
I have guns to go B though.
Because majority of your problems come not from your mechanical skill or utility usage. Majority of your problems come from how you look at the game of Valorant. How you think about it. Like, a lot of you guys are playing Valorant like this is like Counter-Strike. This is not Counter-Strike. This is the game of chess. I mean, CS is also game of chess. Like, I don't know. This is not like Counter blocks Roblox offensive. You know? This is not Quake. I mean, Quake is also complex. Every game is complex. This is chess, brothers. Like, kills, yes, they do matter. You need to kill the enemies at the end of the day. But the kills don't matter if you're not able to win the rounds and close out the matches. Okay, now in this round, also, I mean, the prime mistake in the previous round is why the fuck did we push B side? But okay. Now in this round, since we lost the second round, okay, you can lurk a bit more, flank a bit more, maybe try to surprise the enemies through mid. You know, test the enemies. Every single eco round and a halberd round in Valorant, you should use as a testing tool to maybe surprise the enemies, to see how they play in a specific area of the map, and so that we get a really good idea how we can counter the enemies in a full buy round. By the way, she bought a Sheriff with a light shield. Okay, solid buy option.
Nah, watch this.
I'm watching.
So it was like boiler.
Nice. But once again, like, you know, same problem as on a defender's side. You always want to play with your most aggressive teammates. And try to refrag them. Be confident. I mean, you're not the one peeking first anyways. Like in this elo, trust me, your teammates are gonna be more than happy to take some kind of a stupid fight that is not working in their favor. They're gonna be more than happy to swing the enemies, to peek everything, you know, dry peek every single corner. Use their lives. Brother, if I saw two of my teammates moving on the belt, I'm the third guy going there. We have a Sheriff. We have a light shield. Let's refrag them. Let's play with them. Instead of going through this stupid A short, A main area of the map. Like, what the fuck? Like, you will never see me here. The only times I actually go through this A, you know, short A main area of the map is like A belt. This is not belt, but whatever. The only times when you will see me here is if I want to counter the enemies that are very repetitive on the pipes and generator. Enemies are playing that position 24/7. Fuck it, I'm gonna buy the operator, delete that guy, move forward. Will I buy the operator with Viper? Yes. Yes. Operator is not an exclusive weapon to Jet. On defender side, attacker side, whenever you see an opportunity to punish enemies, to make numbers advantage for your team, buy a specific weapon that is gonna grant you that easy kill. On a defender side as well, when you're playing Viper, feel free to buy Outlaw, Operator. Like, what's stopping you from doing that? With those weapons, what is important is static aim, positioning, and angle holding. Nothing else. I mean, almost nothing else. Okay, Snaggy TTV destroyed us. Okay, target side B. Listen here. If you already place this wall on B side as your default wall, activate it. You know, put it up, put it down. Put it up, put it down. Play with the enemy's mind on B side. What is the purpose of this wall if you're gonna go on A? And if you're already going A, open up the wall. Open up the wall. Make sure that, you know, enemies that are B, they don't know where the fuck you're going. You know, at least you're slowing down the rotation of at least one enemy. Of chamber at least. You know, especially now that we got the Sova kill. I mean, chamber is not playing B side this round.
Nice.
Chambers in S, one jail, one jail.
Crosshair placement, 0 points.
Nice.
I mean, the main problems of your mechanical skill are like crosshair placement, micro corrections, and sometimes like tracking of the targets. I mean, that's a lot of problems, to be honest. And unfortunately, in this VOD review, I cannot really speak about how to fix these problems. I'm just gonna give you some kind of a training, and voila! I promise you, in 2 to maybe 3 or 4 months, all of these problems are gonna be gone, and you're gonna be mechanically 10 times better than now. Okay, not maybe 10 times, but at least 2 times better.
Nice. It's not.
I don't like in the map.
Okay,
Aggressive angles.
Yeah. I really like pushing it.
don't do this. Don't do this. We talked about this. First 4, 5, 6 rounds, play with your teammates. This is the 4th round of the match. Play with your teammates. Enemies don't have a controller. Enemies like to play very aggressively in the B-main and A-main area of the map. I mean, they need to do that because they don't have a controller, but also in the same time, like, you don't have a Sova. You don't have a good initiator, and personally, whenever I see that enemies don't have a good initiator on the attacker side of Icebox, yes, I want to fight for more space, and I want to fuck you up already at the choke points, So here, we still don't know if this lurk and flank is gonna work, if one guy is gonna be here or not, and where the enemies are playing on mid. And also, we don't really know how much we can trust our teammates. We only won the first round. We lost the second round. We lost the third round. I mean, the third round was equal round anyways. But still, in the first 4 rounds to 5 rounds, if you want your lurks and flanks to work, you need to ask yourself also, like, are your teammates able to stay alive while you're doing a specific flank and lurk? Because if they're not able to stay alive, it's just pointless. It doesn't make any sense to lurk and flank. Okay, but now we're kind of splitting with a jet.
The hell?
And also, like, if nobody wants to carry the spike with yourself. Like, essentially, you don't want to play the game of retrieving the spike on the attacker side. But ultimately, in this round, what you should have done is just simply ignore the jet, play with your teammates in B main, pick up the spike, open up the wall for them, and that's it. And also, like, listen, if you don't have good sentinels on the attacker side to cover the enemy's potential flank and lurk, occasionally check your booty. Check your butthole. Like, especially when the enemies have the neon, neon really likes to pop, 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 run behind you and kill you. Right here, while my jet is holding this angle, I will be holding our back. And when the jet picks a fight with an enemy on mid, okay, I'm gonna turn my focus and fight on mid. But as long as the jet, is not taking the fight on mid, I'm gonna watch this. But ultimately, you cannot stay in the mid area of the map this long, because enemies can easily pinch us and kill us. We need to make some kind of a move. Either fall back, pick up the spike and rotate through B main, or, I mean, that's the thing we need to do, actually, like, because we don't have a spike. So here we have a poison cloud. Boop, do some random poison cloud, rotate with your jet. Jet, come help me. We need to retrieve the spike. Neon is definitely behind us. I mean, not definitely, but she can be behind us. We need to check her back. We pick up the spike, close the poison cloud when we don't need it anymore, and now we go to plant the spike. Plus, we have the ultimate.
One enemy remaining.
Flank.
This is why thinking about all of these timings and possibilities is very important. It is better for you to learn from the mistakes of others rather than learning from your own mistakes. That is the whole point of VOD reviews, coaching, guides, tips, and tricks. Like, you don't want to spend 1,000 hours getting punished like this, and after 1,001 hour, you're aware of the neon flank. From now on, you play on Icebox without the sentinel on the attacker side. Observe the timings, pay attention how much time enemies had to push something, cover your back, pay attention where the fuck is your spike, and choose the most optimal and best game decisions to play together with your teammates and to rotate through the safest routes possible. Like, this is gonna get better with time. Like, obviously, you know, you're feeling for the time, this is gonna get better. But there is some kind of a training for everything. Like, as I said, I already have a really, really good idea what type of aim training and what type of general training example I'm gonna share with you. By the way, guys, like, you know, I don't like to speak about the training and aim trainings because I have like around 100 pre-recorded aim training and general training routines for fixing communication, map awareness, decision making, game knowledge, everything. Everything is fixable in Valorant. Mentality is fixable. And that is why, you know, I don't share these solutions on my streams and live VOD reviews. Like, these guys are gonna get them through private messages.
Wait, we don't have...
Okay. Now we're going A.
All of us have like one orb off our ults.
Oh.
I mean, sure, you can keep the wall on B set as a default, but I really think that in this elo, it is better to give your teammates the wall on the bomb set that they're pushing, and that you're using the poison cloud on mid to play with the enemy's mind. I mean, this is also okay strategy with Viper, like, you know, using the B wall every single round, and enemies don't really know whether or not we're gonna go B or A. Because one problem of the A set of Icebox is that, generally speaking, there isn't any smoke that is, you know, that important. The most important smoke is the smoke for the screens, you know, like this, or putting a poison cloud here, or putting a Viper wall like this. Every other smoke on the A set is like whatever, you know, like you don't need it, borderline. Like it's a 50-50 smoke. Enemies can use it against you, you can use it against the enemies, you never know when the enemies are gonna peek you. Listen, another reason why you should test the 5-man pushes in the first 4 to 5 to maybe even 6 rounds on the attacker side, like 4 rounds at least. If the 5-man pushes are working for you and enemies don't have a single response on a defender side to your 5-man pushes, they're fucked. If they cannot stop your executes and you're always playing post plants, they're fucked. Unless they're really good at the retakes, they're fucked. So play with your team early on, please.
Sounds like they pushed up.
Especially like in this round, lurking and pushing through mid is bad, because in the last round, what happened? You and Jet got 2 kills on mid, and we did a split on B side. If I was in the enemy team right now, I would be very, very paranoid that one enemy might be mid, and I would try to kill you here as you're lurking, and I will pay a close attention on whether or not you're here. This is a really bad play.
We don't care, but...
This is a really bad play because, you know, you don't want to repeat the same shits that you did in the previous rounds. Like, I mean, when it comes to the 5-man pushes, yes, you can repeat them. But when it comes to lurking, when it comes to flanking, when it comes to doing the solo plays, most of the times you don't want to repeat them round by round, because you will be way too predictable. You know? Enemies are gonna counter you. Like, basically, repeating micro strategies is bad, but repeating macro strategies is not bad. It's actually okay most of the time. So on the team level, we can do the same shit in a slightly different way, or literally the same shit, which might be very unpredictable. But on a micro level, individual level, you cannot really make the same individual play 24/7 and expect it to work. Or, you know, doing it 2 rounds in a row. If it works in the first round. Maybe it's gonna work, I don't know, like, you know, how much enemies are reading the game and how much they're autopiloting. But this is not a good idea. Like, stay away from making the same micro play, individual play, 2 rounds in a row. You always have... There's an enormous amount of plays you can do on Icebox on the A side. First of all, you know, we can do 5-man executes and play together with our teammates, you know. Then we can play on contact. We can split the B site. We can play default if the enemies are aggressive on a defender side. We can also use our wall on B to play with the enemy's mind and maybe outmaneuver the enemies there. With a poison cloud on mid, see if the enemies are gonna peek it, and we hold some kind of a passive off angle, such as this one. You know, you put a poison cloud on mid, right here, and essentially like you play this off angle, for an example. You open it up, then you close it after like 3 or 4 seconds, or maybe 5, and then see where the fuck is the enemy. If any enemies are gonna rotate here, take an easy kill, and then play with your teammates on A side. But
Chambers mid.
pushing mid this round.
Running back.
2 IQ play.
Shit.
They're gonna
Yep,
flank
I'm
me.
done.
Okay, finally we're playing together.
Updraft, one
Spectre.
updrafted.
I mean, to be honest, like, on this map, first of all, I would never buy Spectre in my life, in the middle of the match. Spectre is only good in the second round, when you win the first round, against the eco enemies, and that's it. In every other round, you should just buy a Stinger. Stinger is much better weapon, like, against the enemies that are full buy. But on this map, to be honest, like, it's a really medium, long-range map. So your primary, like, Halba and eco weapons need to be, like, Sheriff, Marshal, Outlaw, Bulldog, Guardian. Let me see the economy of this round. So we are forcing only 2,000 credits. Yeah, like, I mean, this is Heavy Shield and Sheriff. And that's it. Nothing else we can buy. Spectre is really like hit or miss. I mean, like, if you play post plant at the back of the yellow, you know, here, and you want to support your teammates that are fighting you on site, or enemies are defusing the spike here, this range is not really working in your favor that good.
Updraft, one updrafted.
Came in back.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like, on every single map, there's a lot of ultimate lineups that you can use for the post plant. This ultimate that you did here is okay. It's optimal, like, it's not bad, definitely. So yeah, it's okay. We can play around it, because we need to play more aggro.
Oh my god, yellow.
Okay, listen. This fake plant here was actually a good idea, but the problem is, like, you know, you cannot. Once again, you're giving out your location because you're running too much. Like, if I went for the fake plant here, and one enemy is reloading the gun at the backside, why would I run? You know, like, it is much better if you're just playing slow, waiting to see what enemies are gonna do, and then properly engaging that Reyna and destroying that Reyna. Maybe once the Reyna reloads, you can fake the plant again, and then wait for her to spam, and then run and gun her down. Also, one really good one really good information that we got in this round is that when we are pushing B side, we really need to use the we need to open the wall for our teammates. Like, your teammates, this is like a 50-50 fight for your teammates. Whenever, you know, you don't know if your teammates are gonna die somewhere fighting the enemies, fuck it. Support them with your utility, let them cross this area of the map without fighting the enemies, and then let's fight the enemies together. Play with your most aggressive teammates, brother, sister, mother, father, cookie, mookie, bookie, bro. Like, your Reyna is all the way here. All the way there. What are you doing here? Run with her. Make sure that you're able to refrag her. If you don't do it, no one is gonna do it. Like, your main focus, especially on the attacker side, is always playing with your most aggressive teammate that has the highest chances of dying. And the only times when you want to do solo plays is if you see some really good opportunity to fuck up the enemies, or your teammates are passive and bad, you know, and they're not really engaging the enemies. But when you have these type of teammates that are aggressive and play with them, refrag them, use their life. If they already want to peek and fight the enemies, use that to your advantage. Bait the shit out of them, trade them, kill the enemies, open the site, play the post plant with the lineups or without the lineups, win the rounds, win the matches. It is unacceptable that your Reyna is here, your Jet is here, and you're here. Like in this scenario, where your Reyna is basically like there, you should already be on top of the pipes supporting the Reyna. So when the Reyna takes this fight, we can take the fight with her. Reyna is moving in. I can use the ropes, take this fight. Before we use the ropes, we can use the Molotov to deny this position from the enemy's team, so they cannot peek us. Like, from the generator, and then, bam, go in. Reyna is fighting the enemies on site. Okay? Let's fight together. Pay more attention on having a proper distance and proper gap between you and your most aggressive teammate that has the highest chances of dying, and that is doing something useful for you. That should be one of your primary focuses to fix. And please, if you have the Molotov, like, generally speaking, you know, let's talk about this. When should you use the Molotovs as a lineups for post plant? And when should you use the Molotovs to open up the bomb set and clear the site? I mean, if you already know that the bomb set is clear, you don't need to use the Molotovs to pressure the enemies and to deny the space from the enemy team. But actually, the better question is, like, when should you use the Molotovs for post plant, for lineups? Only if you notice that your teammates are playing passively the post plants, and we are actually able to plant the spike and play the post plants. But if your teammates are aggressive in the post plants and you need to play with them, then you don't want to do the lineups. In the post plants, you always play as aggressive as your most aggressive teammates are playing. It is not worth the gambling, especially on the maps such as Icebox and Breeze.
You do not deserve to win.
Who is the spike? Oh, you do. One could be flank.
Yes. Let me see where the spike is planted. Okay. I mean, like, when it comes to lineups, like, on the attacker side, you know, the only lineups that you need to know for a set of Icebox is this, and this, and that's it. Like, as far as I remember, like, the lineup for the tower looks like this. You jump up on these boxes and you aim on top of this wall. Yes, that's the lineup. So you jump up here, aim above this arrow on top of the belt, like this. Bam. Now the lineup for the site looks something like this, as far as I remember. It bounces from the wall there. Yeah, that's the lineup for this position, actually, for the generator plant. And then the lineup for the site is like through this little gap. You just create a little gap here, and I think you can do a run and throw. Yeah, that's it. Done. I just showcased you 3 easy lineups. Probably you can, you know, develop some more lineups. Like, I mean, I think even if you chuck your Molotov like this, it's gonna bounce. So you cannot jump. You can figure it out yourself. Like, these are the 3 lineups that I'm kind of using. But you can also just create your own lineups. Like, when it comes to lineups, like, usually it is better if you're not copy-pasting others. Because when you figure out the lineup on your own, yourself, it is much easier to remember it and engrave it within your gameplay. But, I mean, you don't need to have, like, 25 fucking lineups, you know, on every map of Valorant. Like, just 5-6 most important ones, you know, like placing the poison cloud orb here that I've showcased you already, doing the molly here, That's everything that you kind of need, like, to be honest. Basic
Pretty
ones,
fine.
basic ones. If you really need them.
Flank,
Oh,
flank,
fuck.
Okay, okay,
flank,
Oh,
flank.
fuck.
okay.
Jet might have.
I don't even have a plan. It's just take gunfights. Yeah. Jet on top of yellow.
To be honest, like, in this match, like, if you just played a bit more coordinated on the attacker side and just pushed together on the proper refrag potential, this match would have been a lot easier. And also, if you actually use your wall to push on the bomb side that we are executing, the rounds will also be easier because enemies wouldn't have that many off angles to abuse on the A side. And also in the post plant, we have the wall to take the backside control, outmaneuver the enemies, surprise them, you know. Smoke is, your wall is not only useful for, you know, executes and pushes. Your wall is also useful for post plants as well.
Close, close. Nice.
Okay.
One more, B main.
Fight, 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 fight. Claw is pushing. Get ready to refrag the claw. Come on, bro.
One enemy remaining.
Ah, man, like
Jet goes.
one of your biggest problems in the gameplay is that I don't know if you're scared. I don't know if it is a confidence problem, but you need to get ready to refrag. Like, you don't need to pick the first contact with the enemies most of the time, but you need to pick the second contact. You need to be ready to refrag this idiot that is fighting the enemies in B main, the enemy arena.
Jet go kill.
Okay. Okay, we're playing against the Neon. In the previous rounds when we pushed B set and mid, what did the Neon do? She flanked us. If you don't have a sentinel to watch the flank, and you don't have any better job to do, watch the flank. From the yellow. Why not? Here you can just focus yourself, you know. We can just watch this angle, watch the flank, and in the same time, we're ready to support our teammates that are on the bomb site.
While dropping.
Toxin screen down.
Honestly, probably flanking us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's my guess.
I mean, I don't know, but... Aha, she has the operator. Okay. She's probably gonna save.
I save it.
Do I chase? Interesting.
Yellow.
Okay. Listen here. Let's talk about this topic. When do you want to hunt the kills in Valorant? When the enemies are saving the weapons. You only want to hunt the kills when the round is 100% secured and you have a stable economy to full buy in the next round and the round after that, even if you die in the current round. So in this previous round, I don't give a shit that Neon is saving. Our economy is shit. If you lose the next round after that is eco, hull buy, and we're gonna lose like the match maybe. Like basically, a lot of like another mindset that is very important for you in Valorant is that you're always striving, and what you always want to do is to win the rounds with the least amount of casualties possible, or at least you should save the weapon for yourself. Because and a lot of times, like, you know, you cannot win some of the rounds, and it's just better to save. Like proper economy management and having the absolutely best weapons for a specific round, for a specific strategy, for a specific map is always your highest priority. Above any, I mean, above taking the kills. You know, not really above winning the rounds, like you want to win the rounds, but kills don't matter. Like, yes, this Neon is saving the operator. Killing that Neon with the operator would be great. But since our economy is so shit, it is much better in this round if all three of us stay alive and Neon saves the op, and we're gonna deal with that operator in the next round. Fuck it. And anyways, the rest of the enemy team is like eco and hull buy. Instead of you dying one of your teammates dying, and then what are we playing in the next round? We're playing with a Vandal and Light Shield. Why? Change the wall on the B side, please. That wall is not good. Not covering the window.
Play, let's play.
You want the play? Let's play. Ooh, that's so viral. Chamber is probably peeking in the mid. Nope.
Yeah,
Okay.
Neon.
That shit hurt. Open, like, listen. When you're positioning this wall on B side, the reason why we position this aggressive utility is not to not use it. We position this aggressive utility to play with the enemy's mind. You know? Your claw got a contact with the enemy chamber. Open the wall. We're slowly making our way onto the A site. Maybe. Like, two things are gonna happen. Either chamber is gonna rotate a bit slower because he's gonna think that you and the claw are lurking through the B main. Or mid, maybe. Or one enemy from the A side is maybe gonna rotate B. You don't know. Maybe both of these things are gonna happen. You know? So, like, the reason why you place, like, one specific smoke somewhere 24/7 is to play with the enemy's mind and to use it to, like, delay the enemy's rotations or to pull out the enemy's rotations.
Rafters one.
Poison orb emitting.
2 screens.
Fuck.
Also, like, yeah, I want to talk about this, like, when it comes to using the Poison Cloud on the A site, it is totally fine to use a Poison Cloud here, like I've showcased you the lineup, here, and here. Like, when it comes to the, you know, using the Poison Cloud on the rafters here, like, basically, in equal and halberd rounds, and when you're playing the close range weapons, it is better to have this Poison Cloud. And I've showcased the lineup previously. And also if your teammates are dying from all of these off angles. But if your teammates are not dying from these positions, at the start of the round, you can just come up here and do a run and throw like this. And then just position this Poison Cloud on the rafters. What is the lineup like? I just come close to this doorway. I aim in the middle between this and this line and place my crosshair here. And then just simple, run and throw. You don't want to run too much, and that's it. And when it comes to that position, smoking this, I mean, like, from the nest, you can easily do it. Like, from the next, if you just aim at the top of the 410 generator, like this, it's gonna be good. Bam. Done. It's okay. It can probably be better. Like, maybe we can bounce it from the screens and position it a bit deeper. Muy bien. I don't know any lineup, like, for that position, like, I mean, from the belt, you can just do a run and throw and bounce it from the screens, and no matter how you bounce it, like, it's gonna be, like, perfect, you know. It's a big smoke anyways. So yeah, like, I don't know if there's any specific lineup we can use, like, from maybe here, like this. But you can find it in a custom server yourself. Like, I just usually use my, like, for example, like this. Bam. It's gonna bounce. Yeah, that's perfect. But I usually use the wall to execute the bomb set with my teammates, and I use the Poison Cloud to make the pressure on mid. But as I said, like, it's also okay to use the wall on the B side 24/7. And once again, like, you're making the same mistake that you made, like, in every other round. You want to plant the spike when there is, like, 2 enemies at your face and your KO is still alive. You need to fight the enemies. Like, we have 1 minute to plant the spike. We need to lower down the numbers, and we need to deal with the enemies first. I cannot come up here and expect to plant the spike and expect from my KO to live a happy life. That's not gonna happen. Jump spot. Jump spot from the... Go. There's Reyna there. There's... How are you playing? Listen. Playing a classic pistol with a light shield doesn't exist. Like, that buy option never exists for you. Like, in this round, it would have been much better if you actually didn't have a light shield and buy a sheriff. With a sheriff, at least you can go for some miracle one-taps and maybe kill the enemies. But how the fuck do you expect to kill, you know, the enemies that are playing Vandal and Heavy Shield on Icebox on a defender side with a light shield and classic pistol in these medium range and long range gunfights? It's not gonna happen. And whenever you're playing an eco or halberd round, like, definitely you should put more focus towards the B set and mid area of the map. I mean, in this game, we made a lot of bad game decisions when it comes to what we want to push based on ours and based on the enemy's economy. And that costed you a lot of the rounds. Like, if you actually followed the rules and told your teammates to follow the rules that I've mentioned in this VOD review, you would have easily won this specific match. And also, another problem is like this: you're never there to refrag your teammates and to support them. Another problem is also like losing that anti-eco round because you're so focused on planting the spike. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, plant the spike when you have time to plant it. Like, when everything is silent. And obviously, like, I can see how your mechanical skill is probably hurting you on this map, and your buy options and economy is all over the place.
Oh, fuck. Close left.
I'm in a disbelief that Diamond Ascendant Platinum player doesn't clear that angle on the left. Plus, he is playing KO. Plus, he is the one that revealed the enemy chamber and Reyna. We heard the chamber teleport. And Reyna is not gonna disappear. You know, Reyna is not a Skarner to go into the ground and dig a hole and then appear somewhere else. Like, I'm not playing StarCraft here. You know, swarms and shit. Like, brother, clear the angles. Now we are in my favorite 2 versus 2 scenario. Chat, what do we do in the 2 versus 2 scenario? Yes, you're right. We push together. We fight together. We win the round together, or we die together. In this scenario, always connect with your last remaining teammate, reset the round, and push some bomb site like the round have just started. So that you're making sure that no one is behind you and that no one is flanking you. Here, let me illustrate this scenario. We have a spike here. Jet is here. We know that enemy Sova is CT with the ultimate. And we have no idea where is the Neon. That is usually the A player with operator. So, what do? We run back. We jump spot this angle because Neon might have pushed us with the operator aggressively, holding this position. We regroup with the Jet, take the spike, and we push either A site or B site together in a 2 versus 2 scenario. Here, resetting the round and pushing B again might be a bit better option. You know, we can cut the noise for like 20 seconds, make the enemies overthink and push B, because we already have a wall for B, plus the poison cloud, plus the, you know, like Molotov. So reheating B set might be really good. Is actually a good game decision. But taking this fight alone, why?
Fuck.
If you died in that fight, the round is over.
Where was she?
Mid.
One good thing in this round is that enemies didn't actually see the spike. Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking.
that smoke like gave us away, bro. I mean, this is a pure gamble, to be honest. Like,
I think she's gonna
we're
be
1
fine.
versus 1. We don't know where the Neon is. Once again here, like, I'll be opening my poison cloud on B site, my wall on B site, to fake my location, because if Neon is B, that wall is gonna fully, you know, I mean, it's not gonna sell it, but At least you're applying an enormous amount of mental pressure onto that neon. No peeking! No peeking, brother! Oh, angle clearing 0 points, huh? Listen, you don't need to peel all of the angles, especially not against the operator. Like, some angles in Valorant, you need to peel. And when you don't have a time, we need to drive around the angles and peel them like this. But you have plenty of time. You come up here, jiggle pick this corner, jiggle pick this corner, this angle. Now, move forward. Jiggle pick this angle, move forward. Jiggle pick this angle. I mean, if that guy is playing op, we need to be the shot of that operator. And if you're just moving like this, you're an easy target for that operator player. Because you're not ready to escape his shot. And you're not ready for the fight at the end of the day.
30 seconds left.
Ah, that was so lucky, bro. Oh, lucky, unlucky. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I mean, 1v1s are always based a bit on luck, a bit on timing, so that's okay. You were a bit lucky this match with these 1v1s. Good pathing though, good pathing.
Okay.
Like in this 1v1, this pathing was much better than going here, because once you end up here, you end up in some kind of a trial spot where you're exposed from the CT backside rafters, and when you're moving into the site and clearing the backside, you know, that neon can kill you from enormous amount of different positions. Not bad. Aha, we are gonna split the map again.
Yeah, nice side.
Good
It
idea.
was under tube.
Not really.
Nice. It's on top of it.
If I see you ever again die from that off angle, I'm not gonna do anything to you, but I'm literally gonna pull my eyes out and eat them live on stream. Like, literally. First of all, never go to A short. Just go from the belt, drop down, you know, from this position, clear the enemies, you know. You can come up here, jump spot the enemies, move forward. If you're already going to A short, jump spot this angle, or just move here, and then from this position, clear that spot. Or just ignore it. Ignore it. Go up here, clear the nest, go up here, and then from this position, check this, and angles one by one. Or from up here, we can jump spot the enemies on the site. From top of the pipes. Aha, neon is there. She now needs to fall down. She doesn't want to fall down. No problem. Here's the Molotov neon. Get the fuck off from that off angle, bitch. You know? Oh, by the way, there's a cool lineup here for the post plant on default. Yes, from the pipes. Okay. In this VOD review, I think that we've discussed an enormous amount of very important topics and very important rules and ideas that you should implement within your gameplay. After this VOD review, I'm gonna share with you a set of coaching videos that I want you to watch, and I want you to implement every single tip and every single rule that is mentioned in that video within your gameplay. I'm gonna share with you one very specific training routine that you're gonna follow for like 2 or 3 months, and one very specific aim training routine as well. And I promise you, if you follow everything that we've mentioned during this VOD review, first of all, you will finally become a stable diamond player that deserves diamond. But I also think that with a proper training, proper mindset, and by implementing all of this stuff, you're more than capable of reaching at least Ascendant 2, Ascendant 3, maybe even low Immortal in the next act. Because your mistakes are so stupid and so easily fixable, it is just insanity that you're making them. Other than that, thank you for watching this VOD review. Make sure to subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment, my dear tricksters and tricksetters. Join my Discord server for private coaching. You can also win the giveaways for free coaching and VOD reviews and some exclusive coaching videos and Valorant points as well. And other than that, I have nothing else to say. thank you for watching again, and see ya in the next one. Mwah.